all in with the queen nine up. Boxer just called without seeing it. It happened to be ace queen offsuit. Let's see the flop. Flop comes 10 high, 10, 7, 7, and 2 club. Both of them not holding any clubs. Turn. Turn comes to ace, 3 ball. One player out, now final
많이
5.
올라왔어요. 야, 니 성공했다 진짜. 얼마 친 거지? 일단 몇 개. 데이터를.
어디야? 어디 딱 political. political.
이 반대가 되거든요.
Alright, this is round 2. Saren versus Kangan. This time, Saren holds 10-7 suited spade. Kangan is a 9-10 off. Let's see the flop. Flop comes to Jack high, Jack 6-3. So Saren has a flush draw. Turn. Flop comes deuce of heart. Revolt. Revolt comes to queen. 10-9 off play. So play out. Now final 4.
Baseball.
Alright, once again, Chungyu goes all in with ace 10 off. And congrats, Sam calls with an ace jack off. Let's see the flop. Jack's on the flop. Jack 3 deuce. Turn. Revolt. Alright, ace jack is good. Player out. Now final 3.
고맙습니다.
Alright, once again, this time Lucas versus Kanga again. Lucas is holding ace 8 off. And Kanga holding king 10 off. Let's see the flop. Flop comes king high, king 5-7. 5-7s are clubs. Turn. Turn comes a 9. So now Lucas has a flush draw and a gut shot for straight as well. Can he dodge all that? Let's see the riddle. River comes Jack, king 10. The top pair is good. Let's count the chips.
That's a 5 right there. It's a 40 tray.
갑자기 유명한
550.
565.
555. This is 5. Okay.
cover.
Clear.
Flare out, final two, heads up.
계속 플레이 하시면 되죠. 네, 저는 지금 때문에 해야 돼요. 그 방송 게임에서는 일로 게임을 끝내진 않아요. 보는 사람들 허무하잖아요.
Alright, once again, all in call in the final heads-up match of open event. The Pyongyang goes all in with the King 4 suited diamond. Boxer called with the Ace 7 suited club. Let's see the flop.
Orient call.
Flop comes 6 eyes, 6, 4, 5, 2 hearts, and a 1 club. Come connected with a bottom pair. Boxer has open-ended straight draw. Let's see the turn. Turn comes the deuce. That's no more out for the boxer and flush draw as well. Let's see the river.
넘어갔으니까 더.
Orient. Hold. Hold.
아마추어.
Hold.
핀치리오.
And once again, there's all that call. Namco goes all in with the queen 7 up. Boxer, not call with the kings. Let's see the flop. Flop comes 8 high, 8, 3, deuce, rainbow. Turn. Turn comes the jack. River.
수고했어요.
River comes the deuce. Pocket is good. Player out, now final 6.
형만 까꿍이에요. 어떻게 보지? 브레이크아웃.
All in call.
안 봤다.
이겨야 돼. 이겨야 돼.
안 봤었네. 스키는.
Alright, Kong goes all in with the queen 9 up. Boxer just call.
넘어갔으니까 더.
Orient. Hold. Hold.
아마추어.
알았으니까 더.
RN
Alright, tournament dealers, please shuffle Mindero.
Dạ phải để vô ô. Ô. Ô.
Mood. Sao. Check.
orange.
You sure? Yes, sure. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I think we had a technical difficulty with our mic. So I'm sorry if we were late, but we thought we were doing commentary, but it seems that the mic wasn't working. If anyone out there hears me, please do let me know in the chat box.
Hindi naman everyone.
Hey guys.
Is it working?
I think yeah,
Ah,
it should be working.
ah, okay. What was the problem?
That I do not know. So let's get back to the action. So
JJ5242님 너무나 감사드립니다. 제가 1시간 동안 혼자 얘기하고 있었던 거를 JJ님 덕분에 알게 돼서 마이크를 고쳤습니다. 네, 지금까지 해설이 있었는데 지금까지 아무도 좀 마이크에 문제가 있었던 것 같아서 너무나 죄송하고 양해 말씀드리고요. 지금부터라도 좋은 해설 해드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 1시간 동안에 혼자 아주 막 떠들고 있었습니다. 근데 while we're talking about this hand, this is a crazy hand that's developing here. Under the gun opens. Popsu opens under the gun with 6, 7 of clubs, which
and
is very
marginal.
marginal to begin with.
And I believe I saw one guy fold pocket eights.
Okay, one guy folded pocket ace, which is standard against
Eh,
the UTG raise.
yes. And Vivian wakes up with aces.
And she 3 bets almost 3x. And
Eh,
Moonho is
Cold
gonna cold call
call?
from the big blind, cold call from the big blind with king queen of clubs. So we see a lot of clubs here. 용산레이님 안녕하세요. 김유연 동생입니다. 아 감사합니다.
So it's very interesting what 6-7 suit is gonna do here in this spot. But
Yeah, there. What do you mean it's gonna be interesting? There's nothing else to do but fold.
I think he's gonna think that he's kind of priced into flat now, especially with a cold caller in his right.
Okay, he might. How about Vivian's got less than 20 bigs behind, and
Correct.
unless he flops a monster like 4-5, 3-4-5, or 6-6-7 or something, he's not. What,
He four bets.
what is
Wow.
what is going on?
You're not
Okay.
gonna see those chips again.
Okay, so this is a this is a 4 bet after a cold call with the 6 of it. If the graphics are correct,
I don't like the cold call from coming in from the king queen suited because
okay,
he's gonna get squeezed a lot.
I hate the cold call, but still, Vivian's got less than 20 bigs behind,
Nothing to do but go all in.
so Vivian's loving life right now.
And especially with the four bet of 320, I think when Vivian shove, he's gonna be super priced in to call now.
So 320, she's gonna shove for 455. So
No, about 600. Oh no.
no, 455. She's got 455 left.
So he only needs to call like 120 more. So he kind of has to call now if Vivian shoves.
So this disgusting for Bopsu. And Vivian is essentially loving life. She's probably gonna double up to about,
A
I
million
would
chip.
say 50 bigs about.
Yeah, and he calls.
He's priced into call. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is disgusting. Like six, seven of clubs
No, he
versus
wasn't that priced in to call because he needs to call
275 more.
275 more. He's basically calling half of Vivian's stack,
Okay,
which
so
is he's not super priced in because Vivian's gonna be pair heavy in this spot because I don't think Vivian's just gonna three bet Ace King. I think he's just gonna ship Ace King.
she might three bet ace king, but yeah, but I see what you mean. Yeah, I see a lot of what you mean. What is going on here? That
Is
is ridiculous run out. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Wow.
so nice game
She
to you, Vivian.
so Vivian has two outs on the river. This is such a disgusting run out. And wow, and
What a boy to bust the main event. Well, at least you can tell a good story. Hey, I 4-bit rip aces and got called by
five bit rip.
5-bit rip aces and got called by 6-7 suited.
So there's no justice in poker. I understand there's no justice in poker. That is a tough way to bust the main event final table. That is very tough.
So we lose a player in the likes of Vivian Kim.
That is
Nice
a
game.
very tough way to go out.
Nice game to you.
If I were in Vivian's shoes and that happened to me on the main event final table, I would be fuming for at least. I wouldn't play poker for at least a week. At least a week. That's a disgusting way to go out.
Imagine that happened to 7 High.
I don't want to. I don't want because most of us will not be alive.
Yes. No, especially knowing his temper.
But yeah, that's a very tough way to go out. And props to Popsu. Now he's got a monster stack of about 1.4 mil, I believe.
I,
1.4
I
mil.
like the aggression on Popsu, but like I said, I met Popsu once. Lucky introduced me to him once. He told me he's like mainly a recreational player and he just loves playing poker. So
Mm,
I like the attempt, but he just chose the wrong spot. But
mm.
I like the aggression there. But you should be choosing your spot wisely, not just like every time you see you're repping a good hand because you opened under the gun.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to remain partial here, but that was disgusting.
Yes, this Tong Ton Nguyen.
Hmm.
Sorry if I'm butchering your name. I most likely am, but I've played with him in a couple of high rollers before here in Vietnam. I played with him in a high roller in that here in Da Nang, but it was in Poker Gym at Hoyana.
So he's a regular at the poker scene. Okay.
Yes.
JJ님 우승 축하 너무나 감사드립니다. 너무 많은 분들이 축하해 주셨는데 16명 엔트리의 필드였어가지고 조금 부끄럽기도 하지만 너무나 감사드립니다.
So Moonho bets a flush draw on the flop, and I think Bapsu is gonna call at least once.
So this is blind on blind there.
Yeah.
Maybe he's gonna check raise. Well, not check raise, but maybe he's gonna raise because they limped him pre-flop, right?
Yeah.
So he can't have any premium hands. His range is capped, right? Oh,
Oh, and
okay. So we're at the turn, and it's okay. So it's trips for Moonho and trips for Popsu, and Moonho's turn the straight flush. I'm still confused on all the action. My head's all over the place. I'm I'm just losing it here.
yeah, kinda.
He's gonna check raise. Okay, so Moonho is gonna check raise his flush.
But I don't think he's gonna get a lot of action here. But what do I know? I just saw Bapsu call a 5-bet jam with 6-7 suited.
He's gonna get at least a call here. He's never get Popsu's. I don't.
Oh, he has trip
Yeah,
8.
yeah. He has trip eights.
Oh, I thought he only had a pair of 8.
He had trip eights. So he has 8 outs to a full
A
house,
5 would be interesting here.
but Popsu is gonna not hate that river, and he's probably gonna lose a sizable pot.
In Minho here, what sizing would you consider be using?
I wouldn't go too big. Like the board is paired, so I don't think a lower flush is gonna call off like a pot size bet. I don't think.
And I don't think an 8 would call a pot size
Yeah, I don't
bet.
think like a lower flush like a 5 6 of diamonds or something. Like I don't think a lower flush would call a pot size bet. I don't think a naked 8 would call a pot size bet. So
You'd go like 180, 200 around.
yeah, I'll go a little bit small.
Wow, and
That's a huge bet.
that's a huge bet.
It's like it seems like 420 ish. Yeah,
500-ish.
420, 420. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's a 420,000 bet. And you can see from Munho's manner that he's very comfortable here. He's he's very comfortable. He doesn't seem I don't know, but he doesn't seem nervous to me at all. He seems very comfortable. What do you think? Do you think Popsu's gonna call here or fold here? I mean, he literally can't beat any 8 unless it's like 8 deuce or 8 3.
But the thing is, he does not need to be N8 because the ace and the king is there. So basically, everything is trip 8 ace king kicker.
Yeah, so he literally
Chops
can't
with
be anything, any
yeah,
value hands.
yes.
The only hand I would imagine would be in Moonho's bluffing range would be like king
No,
king
Queen X of diamonds.
yeah, queen X of diamonds. Oh no, queen X with the
With a queen of
of
diamonds,
yeah.
yes.
But he does make the correct laydown, so he does get away from disaster. And I would have loved to see like a quarter pot bet.
I think Bapsu would just snap it off if
Yeah.
uh Moonho just bets like 100, 150.
Or maybe
Or
if he like checks to induce a bet from
I think that's too thin already.
really like
Yeah.
not check raise, not check raise.
No, I mean bet call. I think that's too thin already. Because if you have an ace, I don't think
No,
you'll be betting in.
because we just saw the hand with the 6 8, 6 7, right? So
Yeah.
you know how aggressive he is. So once you check raise the turn and then you check the river, it's gonna seem like you're shutting down after a bluff, right? So with Popsu being so aggressive, you might get a bigger pennant than a quarter pot.
That's true.
So we see some fans or friends of Sharon. I'm still curious to see what that min 3 bet was from UTG and UTG +1.
Yeah, but I don't think we're
It wa-
ever gonna know.
It wasn't 6 deuce off.
So now he's jamming here.
11 bigs, yeah. 10.5 bigs.
He is the shortest stack in this final table. And
Yeah.
I don't think the graphics are correct because looking at his chip, he has like over 300k.
Okay. So that's understandable.
Because I believe the pink chips are 5k.
And I know Sharon is a very creative player. Look, he with a sub 20 big blind, like sub 15 big blind stack, I think he had like 13 or 14 bigs. He's gonna open. And
But you can still open 14, 15 big blind stacks.
yeah, and he does. I was at the final table with him a few times. He does that with a 10 big blind stack. He does that with an 8 big blind stack. He limps in and he opens and he's very creative.
Oh, and now the big blind is thinking about it. He could get at least a call, I think,
Yeah,
from the big blind.
I don't love a jam here, to be honest. Like
Yes, I don't. I
yeah,
don't love a jam
yeah.
too.
I would essentially just call, see the
I
flop,
I
and then
mean,
go
I
for it.
like a call, but I'm not loving a call
Yeah.
because most of the time I'll be dominated just because he has like a sub 15 big blind stack.
Mm.
If they were deeper, 25,
Yeah, it's
27, I mean,
definitely a call.
yeah,
And on an ace high flop, I believe Sharon's gonna get a full double up. I mean,
yeah. I don't
it's,
think,
it is what it is.
especially if there's a flush draw there
It is what it is.
and he bets half pot.
That's for you.
Oh, thanks. I was just about to say that I'm gonna order a coconut coffee.
If you want, you can order a coconut
No.
coffee. That's Americano.
Yeah, this is good.
And he does make the call. And Sharon's in a very, very. Oh, he didn't shove, and he's thinking about. He's not snap calling. Okay, so what happened was he bet half pot,
Is this is
and
what you just call a knit roll. I mean, you already know inside your head that you're never folding in this spot. So I don't know why you're trying to slow roll. I mean, it's not a slow roll. It's like a knit roll.
it is a knit roll. But I know he likes to think about every possible option
Kochi
before
roll.
potential. Yeah, he does make the call
Yeah.
after not even time bet. Oh, one time bet.
One time bang, yeah.
Alright. Once again,
But
just
I've
open
seen
for this time.
knit rolls a lot, especially here in Vietnam.
Flop lines
Yeah, I
are
mean
8,
it's the final
3,
table, and like there
1.
are
No,
icing
even
implications.
outside final table, especially here in Vietnam, like most of the locals are a unique breed.
Call with
They,
king, queen, off.
I see a lot of knit rolls around.
Really.
Yes, I don't know if they're
Turn
doing
number
it on purpose, but
So there are some chop outs now. A three, an ace, or a king, and he does
that
make the full double up.
that's not one of those.
So it's a very crucial double up. So it seems like he has a little bit more, like you said, like he had a little bit more than 200 something. So he's gonna double up to about 600K.
Yes. So he's now about even stack with Sujo.
It's literally anyone's game right now because the big stacks, there's no like a runaway chip leader, and the big stacks, if one of the middling stacks double up through a big stack, it's gonna be almost
I mean, he
what's going on with the screen.
frozen.
지금 잠시 화면이 멈춘 것으로 확인이 되는데 제가 제가 기억하기로는 이게 조금만 기다리면은 바로 바로 이렇게 되는 걸로 제가 중계를 하면서 이런 적이 몇 번 있었는데 조금만 기다리면 바로 나오더라고요. 죄송합니다. So we are back live and we are gonna pick up the action right
But
after that double up from Sharon.
I don't think even if there's a runaway chip leader, it's gonna be a clear cut win.
Mm,
Like we saw in the super high roller, Seven High has a runaway chip leader, and he somehow managed to bubble that event.
yeah, he did. He stone bubbled that event.
It seems like we're getting some technical difficulty with the video, but
We are back.
as long as the mic's working, we'll be staying with you here, right here.
Yep. And we see a lot of the Vietnamese rail, I believe, is watching our live stream. We can order some food, like some French fries or something.
Know what were my $18,000
Muncho is getting frisky opening with the queen 3 suited.
Yeah, but I like it.
And the Vietnamese guy sniffed it out.
Yeah, I think I would open there with queen 3 suited as well. Like on the cutoff, he's been quiet for a while. And actually, no, he's been opening. He had the pocket nines hand, right? So
Yes.
he hasn't opened in a while. King 3 of hearts. I'm definitely opening in the cutoff. He's got like a 40 big blind stack, right? So
I'm just making sure that this doesn't jump.
we should jump. I think we can jump. Fast forward a little bit, you know. I think we can fast. 지금 살짝 컴퓨터 전산에 문제가 있는 걸로 보이는데, 네. 살짝 fast forward를 해서 저희가 이제 다시 중계를 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 핸드 미스한 부분은 한 핸드 정도를 미스한 걸로 보여지는데 지금 칩의 차이가 거의 없는 걸로 봐서 큰 팟은 없었던 걸로 판단이 됩니다. 네, 중계 살짝 매끄럽지 못한 점 죄송하고 그리고 양해 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다. I'm sorry there's been a few technical difficulties with the broadcast, but please be understanding and we will continue on with our broadcast. So those of you who missed some of the action and are tuning in just now, we lost one player, Vivian Im, and she went out in a very, very, very unusual pot where she 5-bet jammed with pocket aces, got called by 6-7 of clubs, and the flop came 6-6 X, and that was all she wrote. Alright, so let's see if we can fast forward a little bit more. And I think we are gonna be good to go. There you go, so we are back live. As you can see, our entire setup is with those tripods and webcams. So if somebody walks in front of the webcam, they will auto focus on whatever's like walking past them, and that's one of the reasons why the quality just keeps, you know, adjusting.
Have you tried it?
Was that the pizza place we had from yesterday? Yeah. Yeah, the pizza yesterday was good.
It was 4-piece pizza, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was good.
They're they're
They're-
getting commercialized now, but the pizza there is really good.
I also like the chicken popcorn things. Yeah, it was good. Chicken popcorns were perfect for the broadcasting booth.
Yeah. So let us see if we can snag some food because we'll be here with you for like at least 3 more hours.
3 hours is
Ambitious.
yeah, it's very ambitious, but I like it. I like it. A quick final table packed with action. You know, it's ambitious, but I like it. You know, Tun Nguyen, he took off his mask for the first time, and he looks exactly like one of my friends that I served in the army with. He looks exactly like one of my friends who I was in the army with for a long time.
Oh,
It's very
do you
interesting.
still need to serve the army if you're in Korea?
Yeah, you still do.
How many years or months is that?
Now I don't know. Like back when I was there, it was like 23 months. 23 months.
So you have to go to the army for 2 years.
Yeah, but now it's a lot shorter from what I understand. It's probably like a little over a year, I think. I'm not sure. It's been a while. Like I'm not even in the reserve army anymore. You know, like after you get discharged from the army, mandatory service, you have to serve in the reserve army for about 6, 7 years,
Good
and I'm not even in the reserve anymore. So
in the Philippines, you don't serving the army is not required.
really, really,
Yes,
I'm old, man. I'm getting old.
but I am in the reserve though
You are in the reserve.
until now.
So let's see. First place price is a little over 110 US dollars. 100K,
Mm,
120?
about 100, yeah, 115, 120.
Yeah, 110, 120 US dollars. So it's not shabby. It's a lot, man.
It's
It's a
a
lot.
good payout.
They are playing for a lot of money. I mean, the buy-in was not small at all.
For all the viewers there, the buy is roughly about 1.9K.
This is an interesting final table. There's a lot of recreationals. There's a lot of professionals. There's a good mixture between Korean and Vietnamese players. Representing their countries respectively. So Suju gets a walk, and Sharon had 19 bigs with King 5 offsuit in the small blind. That's a very interesting play as well. You said he travels a lot in the high rollers and stuff. See
No, no,
number
I
three,
mean
number four.
not around Asia, mostly in Vietnam.
Yeah, but looking at his watch, he probably plays a lot of high rollers.
Yeah, that's true. If you're rocking a Richard Mill,
Yeah, that seems like a richer meal, and that's probably about twice the first place price.
at least the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
place price.
At least the first place price. Probably about twice the first place price. But he's rocking first place prize on his watch already, so
Yeah. So, w- but still, as long as you play well, it doesn't matter how rich you are.
but I do like sometimes like if they're not professionals and they're recreational players and they're sporting like a 300K, 200K watch, I take that into meaning that they don't care about the ICM as much, you know?
Yes,
Yeah, so I do take some sort of information from that.
I
Mm,
actually considered that once. This happened a few years ago. I was playing in Macau in a tournament,
mm,
and it's nearing the bubble, maybe like three spots off
mm-hmm,
or 2 spots off. I forgot what I had, but as I can remember, I knew I was bluffing.
mm-hmm,
And when I was about to fire my second barrel on the turn, I looked at my opponent and saw he was rocking a Richard Mille watch, and I
mm-hmm.
ended up checking.
That's a very good quick decision on your part because I know it's a little bit prejudiced and whatnot, but if you're rocking like a 200K watch, they're not going to care about a 5K bubble, you know? They're not going to care as
E-
much, as
as
much. Yeah.
much, yeah. And plus, the buy-in back there was at 2K, so min cash was like at 3.8K.
Yeah.
When I saw when he was rocking a Richard Mille watch, I just shut down. And
Yeah.
like after the money burst, like he busted, and his one of his friends was sitting at the table,
Mm,
and I could understand a little bit of Chinese,
mm,
and he told his friends,
mm,
like he went down
mm.
and got all the prize and slam it to the baccarat table,
Yeah, it's
and he ended up winning it twice. So good, quick decision for me not bluffing a guy rocking a Richard Mille watch.
yeah, I mean, when you're a poker player and you're playing live, you take all these little tells into consideration. But it's not just the tells, it's their demeanor, it's their mannerism, it's what they're wearing, how old they are, and they all, play a role in your decision making. And I think it's one of the interesting spots about parts about live poker. It's interesting. If you're playing in a tournament back in Korea and the guy is just neck to toe, covered in Christian Dior and like Louis Vuitton and stuff, you know, I take that into a little bit of a information tell as well. So we have a pot between Mai Bian and Yushin. Mai Bian has turned a second pair, and Yushin is thinking about, I believe, bluffing with Jack High, and he's gonna go for it. Let's see how much he bets. 125 or 100k, I believe. So a little around quarter pot. It's a little bit small.
And I think
Yeah,
he's gonna get looked up.
yeah, it's a little bit small. There's a missed flush draw out there. There's a lot of missed flush straight draws out there. So he's gonna get looked up by second pair. And yeah, Mai Bian is gonna win a decent sizable pot with King Queen. King Queen's been doing really well with this tournament. All right, so we have Popsu under the gun. He's gonna open things up, and we have Sujo on the button, and I believe we have the chip leader, Mai Bian, on the small blind, and Munho on the big blind. So if the action folds around to Sujo on the button, I believe we're gonna see some creative, you know, action heavy plays. Oh, I'm sorry, so he does not have the chip lead. Okay, so he's the short stack. Short stack is in the small blind. I believe Yushin's gonna fold the 7 deuce off, and G1 is going to fold his 7-8 off. And Sujo folds his 5-6, so we have blind on blind action. Hun Nguyen is in the small blind with roughly uh 16 bigs. 17 bigs, but he folds, and Munho gets a walk. So if you look at this chip distribution, Nguyen, Van Trung, and Tun Nguyen are essentially same in chips with about 15 big lines each. So they don't want to be the next to go because they are playing for a lot of money and there are ICM implications. So they're waiting for each other to bust to get that pay jump. And all the middling stacks like Sharon and Sujo and other players, you know, the middling stacks, they don't want to take a lot of risks at this point because there are two short stacks and it could mean real life money implications. And chip leader with ace jack. No, chip leader with 5-6. So our 15 big blind stack with Van Trung is gonna jam his remaining 15 bigs with ace jack of diamonds. Our chip leader Mai Bian folds his 5-6. Sharon folds. Sujo folds. And the button folds. Tun Yuan is gonna fold. And I believe the small blind Munho is contemplating a call with Queen 7 of clubs. I believe it's gonna be a fold. And Ace King. Wow, Popsu is running hot. He is running
Once again,
Sun
open
Run
call.
right now. Ace King in the big blind just picks it off,
Ace
and
King
we have a
off
7 to
suited
3
versus
chance
Ace Jack
that we're
suited
gonna
diamond.
lose another player in
That's
8th
suited
place.
flop. There's a jacks on the flop, Jack 3-9 rainbow. That's
So
suited
Jack on the
suited.
flop, and I believe we're gonna see a full double up now.
Rainbow.
Rotation, domination, rotation. Yesterday,
Ace
I sucked out myself, ace 10 versus ace queen, and it's been a while since I sucked out or won a 7 to 3 when I was
Break time.
underdog.
Break time for the
It feels
final
good.
round.
So a very much needed double up for Van Trung, and now he's right up there with the middling stacks, and Tun is now the short stack. I believe we're at a break, so we will be back in roughly 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. 지금 플레이어들이 브레이크를 가짐에 따라 저희도 10 뒤에 다시 중계 자리로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 아무데도 가지 마시고 저희는 10분 뒤에 다시 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다.
Are we on break?
RN 콜
Once again, goes all in call. Nan goes all in with the queen 7 up. Boxers, not call with the kings. Let's see the flop. Flop comes 8 high, 8, 3, 2, swing go. Turn. Turn comes the jack. Dribble. Dribble comes the deuce. Pocket is good. Player out, now final 6. All in call. Alright, Kong goes all in with the queen 9 off. Boxer just call without seeing it. It happened to be ace queen offsuit. Let's see the flop. Flop comes 10 high, 10, 7, 7, and 2 call. Both of them not holding any clubs. Turn. Turn comes ace, dribble. One player out, now final 5.
야, 니 성공했다 진짜. 얼마 친 거지? 데이터를. 이 반대가 되거든요.
Alright, this is round 2. Saran versus Kangan. This time, Saran holds 10-7 suited spade. Kangan is a 9-10 off. Let's see the flop. Flop comes to jack high, jack 6-3. So Saran has a flush draw. Turn. Flop comes deuce of heart. Dribble. Dribble comes a queen. 10-9 off play. So player out. Now final 4. lose. Turn. River. Alright, exchange is good. Player out. Now final three.
수고하셨습니다.
날씨는 충분히 안 하시죠?
Basically fine. Alright. Green car.
Alright, once again, this time Lucas versus Conrad again. Lucas is holding ace-8 off, and Conrad holding king-10 off. Let's see the flop.
Green car.
Flop comes king high, king 5-7. 5-7s are clubs. Turn. Turn comes a 9. So now Lucas has a flush draw and a gut shot for straight as well. Can he dodge all that? Let's see the river. River comes jack, king 10. The top pair is good. Let's count the chips.
That's a 5 right there. It's a 4 each way. 550,
565.
555. This is 5. Okay, cover.
Clear.
Flare out, final two, heads up. 계속 플레이 하시면 되죠.
네, 저는 지금 때문에 해야 돼요. 이 방송 게임에서는 일로 게임을 끝내진 않아요. 보는 사람들 험하잖아요.
All right, so we are back from our break, and we are gonna kick things off again with 8-handed action at the main event final table. We see that the small blind is not yet back in his seat, but regardless of that, we are gonna start things off. Let's see. IBN is the chip leader with 1.8 million, and Tun Nguyen has the shortest stack with 15 bigs. The second shortest stack managed the full double up just before the break, so Tun Nguyen is now the shortest stack. So Bopsu is in the small blind with pocket sevens, and Munho is waiting for him. No, wait. Munho has aces on the button, and Bopsu is in the small blind with pocket sevens.
I've been seeing a lot of aces this final table.
Yeah. From button versus small blind, we are gonna see some action. I believe that's a 3-bet. What do you think about this 3-bet?
I don't like it.
You don't like it? Okay.
With some ICM,
With 40 bit blind stack,
yeah, you have to protect your stack even a little bit.
yeah. And he does have the smaller stack between the two.
Without ICM, I don't hate it as much, but
I would love to see a flat here.
yeah, me too.
Knowing how aggressive he is. But they are about 38 big blinds deep.
That's why it's easier to flat there. I mean, you could get stacks in by flatting there.
Okay, so I think that's a click back 370, 80, 370 or 380. So it's almost a 2.5, 2.4-ish.
So basically, Bapsu has to fold.
What's that?
Give him. Give him.
I'm okay. You can order some food.
Tommy ordered.
Okay, good, good. So we just got news that we're gonna get some food up in the booth. So
We're gonna get kimbap, tempura, and chicken.
okay, that's awesome. Okay, that's perfect. And let's see what Popsu does. So he's getting 1 to 3 on a call.
And
And he
did.
does make the call. 1 to 3 on the call, and he does make the call. So the SPR is gonna be super shallow.
1-1.
Yeah, less than 1-1. It's super shallow.
Yeah.
So if it comes deuce 4, okay, so Popsu is gonna be able to get away from this.
That shows you how Babsu is inexperienced. I mean, he has to just mainly flat there pre-flop.
Yeah, or at least folds the 4-bet
Yes.
or jam.
I don't like the jam because,
It's
like,
better-
look at the Vietnamese on Moonsu.
Yeah,
Moonho's
he's
right.
he
He
got
has,
15 bigs.
yeah,
He's got 15 bigs.
even less. I think he
Yeah.
only. I think that's around
300.
10 bigs.
So he bets 225 into a pot of 800. And is he gonna make the call here?
Wow.
With 2 overcards to his pocket sevens. Maybe the graphics are wrong, I don't know, but he's gonna make the call here. And he's gonna be in no man's land. This is what they call a no man's land.
And Moonho has nothing to do but jam.
Yeah, I mean there's no reason to slow play here. And Popsu hasn't folded.
And wow, he's thinking about calling here.
Putting him on ace jack or ace king or ace rag, maybe.
Yeah, I could see a couple of time mags flying in.
I wouldn't even worry about, bother with a time chip.
I mean, I would have just snap fold like ages ago.
Perhaps to save some face, to make it seem like he has a 10 or a queen or a pocket jacks of some sort.
But I think he genuinely is considering it.
Yeah, but like I said last time, Wunho uh made a large bet like this. He had the 10-eye flush. He seems very comfortable, he's
The guy under Richard Mills should be loving this. See, at least a couple of time banks flying in.
yeah, Bobso's not enjoying this right now. I mean, he had a massive stack with the.
He's he's at 1.3 million a while ago after cracking Vivian's aces.
Yeah, it's not a fun situation to be in, and he does make the correct laydown. A little bit late, but he does make the correct laydown and preserves his stack of 475k, which means he's still not the shortest stack. So there is a shorter stack, 12 bigs. Okay, so he does have Tun Yuan below him with 375k, so he will be looking for that page up. And Moonho is gonna chip up very nicely with his pocket aces.
So, I mean, out of this final table, I think Sujo has the best experience among everybody.
Yeah, he definitely does. Sujo has a lot of final table experience. I think he has like some ridiculous amount of trophies, like 30 something or something. And I know for a fact that Sharon does have a lot of trophies as well, but Sujo definitely has the most.
Yeah, for sure.
And
I think
Sharon has pocket eights.
I think
And
out of all the Koreans, Sujo has the most trophies. Not in terms of cash wise, but in terms of trophies
trophy.
in general. Because I remember when I was grinding it out with Sujo, like he we him and me would win a couple of side event here and there for like not much money, maybe like 3k US, 4k US, like couple of small ones here and there.
Yeah, he's been around for ages. And Sharon makes the call here with a sub 20 big blind stack with pocket eights. Against the under the gun open, he probably didn't want to. I understand that he didn't want to, three
Just
bet jam with the
y-
short stack.
yeah, I don't hate the call as much
And
because I don't think I'm not sure how wide the under the gun is gonna be opening.
from what I understand, he is quite active because, first of all, pocket four is under the gun with like four reshoving stacks behind him. And
Oh,
my Bien in the big blind, the chip leader, is gonna see pocket sevens in the big blind here.
a three liner on the flop.
And it goes nine, queen, five, with two spades. Nine, none of the players have a spade in their hand. And if Sharon shoved, I think he might have been looked up by my Bien. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But I think it's gonna go fold, fold, to bet fold, fold now. Oh, he does make the call. Wow, with pocket seven, pocket eights. So Yushin C bets into two players, and Sharon just snap calls with pocket eights with a player behind him, which is very interesting. It goes check. This is an interesting spot. This is an interesting pot. Very, very interesting.
I think it's
So,
gonna go check check.
I mean, pocket four is betted to two opponents,
Yeah,
and pocket eight's just snap called, and now he's gonna.
value.
No, I think this is a bluff. He's turning his hand into a bluff, and that's what 150k ish,
I think I
175k.
think that's what we call sometimes our terminology is value bluffing. He doesn't
Yeah,
know if he's value betting or bluffing.
yeah, but he did get a fold, and he's gonna win a very sizable pot here.
Much needed help.
So Tun Yuan is the shortest stack with 12 bigs, and Popsu now has about 15 bigs. And please keep in mind that the payout, what the numbers you see on the screen with the payouts, you have to times it by 1,000.
So 8K pays about 10K US.
Hmm? So the next one to go will be guaranteed about 10,000 US dollars. That's about the same amount of money I won for yesterday's runner-up finish. So this
200, 200 million? I think you won. Oh yeah, because
250 mil.
yeah, because you
250 mil.
came in second.
Yeah,
The first place was about 20K.
it was about 400 mil. So my Bien, our chip leader, is gonna open things up with pocket nines in the small blind, and Yushin is definitely, from what I've seen so far, he's definitely gonna at least defend this big blind with pocket fours here.
If he opened the under the gun, I don't see anything but a call here from the big
Mm.
blind. Did he ever return his cards? He has the same exact hand as last
Yeah,
time.
he did. So flop comes ace king jack with two diamonds. So this is a terrible flop for both of them. And whoever takes the first stab at it is probably gonna win. Check check. Another ace on turn.
A king or a jack on the river would have been nice.
And Yushin is gonna take a stab at it. And it's probably gonna get through.
I think my Bien would still call what's one more street.
I see shit. Are those raising chips?
Oh, he raised.
Wow.
He-
Wow. So we see a lot of like
No, but I don't.
I mean he does have the range advantage
Yeah,
I guess,
I
yeah.
think he knows he's bluffing
Yeah.
there. So I mean, I don't hate the raise that
No,
much.
I love it. I think it's sexy. Like I like it more than calling there. Like
Yeah.
I think it's sexy. Deny equity from like 10x Jack X kind of hands,
Yes.
gut shot and over. It's I think it's sexy. I like it. I like it a lot. Using his chip lead to perfection there. Sujo, apart from the pocket jacks that he had, he hasn't been seeing much hands. And our short stack, Van Trung, I believe, hasn't seen a lot of hands as well. So they're a little bit more hard dead. I think Yushin limped the small blind with 6-4 off, and Sharon is contemplating what to do with his.
I don't like Limp. I think he could apply a lot more pressure to Sharon. Whatever he has. So Sharon now has a mystery hand again.
This is interesting because the short stack is applying pressure to the big stack.
Yes.
And he shows an ace.
Yes. I like the discipline coming from the Vietnamese guy that's rocking a Richard Mille watch. He's just patiently waiting.
To be fair, he's been patient, but also he's been,
Carding.
getting trash hands.
Yeah.
Not even anything worth considering.
Sometimes if you're the short stack in the final table, it feels like the world's against you. You can't get anything going.
Yeah.
Can't get a decent hand.
Yeah, I know. I've, all of us have been there, done that. But also if you've been there plenty of times before, if you're
And he
patient enough.
folds queen jack with 11, 12 pegs.
Uh, I think that's understandable.
Yeah, that is under. I mean, I'm not saying that it's bad. I mean, I'm just surprised.
And Boksu does wake up with pocket ace king
Ace,
and ace king, so it's a very good fold. All the aces are now
accounted for.
accounted for. Ace six, ace king, ace seven, and ace deuce. And I believe this is gonna get through at least to the cutoff. Yeah, and it's gonna get through. Yeah, I don't see Moonho calling here with a6. So Moonho and Bopsu, they've been battling each other almost every pot they're in. They're battling each other with the blind versus blind a while back, the aces versus sevens, and now with this. So they're developing some sort of history here. He's thinking about this. Like, I think it's because of the history that they have that he's thinking about this, but
I think he's trying.
it is a fold. And
He's trying to convince himself to a call, but it unfortunately it did not work. Good for him.
and it's still a sizable chunk of his stack, so with that, is that right? Like he almost went up to 645k, is that right? So he shoved, I know he shoved like 400 something.
No, he shoved about 500.
500, okay, okay.
Uh, Muno raises to like 75.
Oh, so he made a big raise,
Yeah,
like
about
3x.
2.5x,
Okay, okay. So the blinds are, okay, so,
15 and 30.
okay, understandable. So with that, Sujo is now the second shortest stack. And the two short stacks are in the blind, so this was gonna be interesting. Our chip leader is gonna open up
With
the action with what? Fold, fold, fold. And he's gonna be a little bit richer. Chip leader gets even more chips. And big blind is he folded a king 10.
mm-hmm.
No, not even a stop and go. With 10 big blinds.
Yeah. Now that's interesting.
Mm. I mean, I would understand if he had like 14, 13 and there was a shorter stack, but it's interesting. See, he's sporting a Richard Mill, but he's in it for to win. He wants the best possible result he can get.
Now I'm starting to believe that's not a Richard Mill.
Yeah.
Maybe a Richard Mill look-alike. I mean, there are some. I mean, I'm not saying it's fake.
Yeah, I mean, even if you are filthy rich, they don't like to lose. They want to win. There are a lot
Correct.
of players who are in it to win because they hate losing.
And he's gonna get looked up with.
So Sharon opened with ace 10 of hearts in the cutoff, and I believe the big blind defended this big. We are yet to find out on what he defended his big blind with. Ace 9, okay, so on ace on the turn, that's an interesting card because, okay, so if Moonho shows a lot of aggression on the turn and the river, It's gonna be interesting to see what happens with Sharon because okay, now they're gonna go check check, and Sharon's gonna take the pot. The spade on the river, I believe, was an action killer.
Yes. So the average stack, I believe, is around 30 big blinds right about now.
Okay. So we are still continuing our eight-handed final table coverage after losing our only female professional, ex-professional poker player, Vivian Im. And she went out in a very, very disgusting fashion. Aces 5-bet jamming into 6-7 of clubs and flopping trip ziskas. And after that, we haven't lost a player yet. We still haven't lost a player yet, so the blinds are going up and the stacks are getting shallower.
And I believe my BN folded Jack 10 off.
Understandable. I mean, even if the short stack with 10 big blind shoved, he's not loving a call. And we're back to the two rivals. The two rivals. They've been battling each other every hand, and they're gonna go at it again. Blind versus blind. 9-5 off versus 7-3 off. And Bopsu flops 7.
And Popsu flops best.
Yeah, they've been fighting each other more than any other two players at this final table.
And I believe this would go bet check bet fold.
So Bopsu has about 22 bigs. 22.5 bigs to be exact. Sujo has 19, and our short stack has about 10 big blinds. So ICM playing into effect very much for all the players, as the shortest stack has about half the stack as the second shortest stack. And Sujo finally waking up with a hand and in the form of pocket kings. So he's been card dead for the majority of this final table, but the two hands he did play were kings and jacks.
So this is a bad time for
Oh, and he makes the correct laydown, like without even thinking about it for too long. And Popsu is not gonna defend the small with 7-3, and it's gonna get through. It's very, and he shows the kings. Wow. Every time I wake up with pocket kings or aces in the final table and get no action, I can't help but feel a little bit disappointed and annoyed.
Yeah.
All right, so we are still eight-handed, and three stacks about 20-ish bigs, one stack of super short 10 bigs, and the rest are pretty neck to neck. So G1 has yet another mystery hand. RFID가 계속 이번 자리에서 잘 안 잡히고 있는데 이렇게 안 보이는 상태에서 유출을 하면서 플레이를 하는 것도 중계를 하는 것도 매우 재밌기 때문에 같이 한번 맞춰보면 재밌을 것 같습니다. 일단 윤지원 선수가 플러스 원에서 오픈을 했고 지금 액션은 아마 팀리더가 빅블라인드에서 디펜드를 한 상황인 것 같습니다. 5-6클럽입니다. 5-6클럽은 와 이제 무슨 핸드인지 모르겠지만 일단 two overs and open ender가 빅블라인드 팀리더는 걸린 상태이고 this is gonna be an interesting one. This is gonna be interesting. And Sharon makes a continuation bet of 75k into a pot of 165. So that's a sizable bet. That's almost half pot. So on a board that favors the big blinds range a lot, he's gonna make the continuation bet and get looked up. We go to the turn with the 9 of clubs. It's a rainbow board, so it's gonna be interesting to see what MyBN does with the chip lead and the open ender on a very dryish board that favors his range a lot more than Sharon's.
And I think those
Wow,
are
that is a very big raise of 375k. So Sharon made another bet of 75k, which is roughly one fourth pot, I believe, and now he gets a huge raise for essentially all of his chips. And I really like this play from IBN because Sharon has a sizable stack, which means with a short stack being present with less than 10 bigs, he is under a lot of ICM pressure. And the big blind can easily have a 3. Easily have a 3. What do you think Sharon has? I believe maybe
a pair.
like, at least a pair, right? To be thinking about it this much.
Yes,
At least an overpair. Tens, jacks, queens, kings,
and
aces.
even maybe under pairs like sixes
Six
through
and
eight.
seven. Yeah.
I mean that the nine does shouldn't change as much.
Yeah, I mean, the check raise is very polarizing, which means that, you know, he's not doing this with a 9. You know, he's not doing this with ace 9.
Correct. No, I mean the nine does connect on some of the original Razor's hand, but does not connect as much to the big blind because the big blind shouldn't have any 9x floats there
Yeah,
after
unless
Sharon bets the flop.
yeah, unless it was an ace 9, you know,
Yeah.
ace 9 of spades, ace 9 of hearts, ace 9 of diamonds. So
Yes.
ace 9 high with a backdoor might be the only hands that, you know, that connects with. But it's a blank relatively.
Correct.
So this is gonna be interesting. I really want to know what Sharon has. From what I've seen, him tanking, where you're using a time bank with the ace queen on an ace high board before, I would understand if he's tanking this long with aces as well. And he folds. He folds. I really want to know what he had, but he folds what is very likely the better hand, unless he had like 6 high is essentially the nut low.
Yes.
So the chip leader gets a little bit richer, and now we are gonna see a lot more pressure being put on the middling stacks. This is interesting. So I'm gonna during our next break, I'm gonna go to Sharon and ask him what he had on that hand, and I will let you guys know what he had after the break. 다음 브레이크 때 제가 윤지원 선수에게 이번 핸드 그때 433 보드에서 보셨어요? 라고 물어보고 제가 알려드리도록 하겠습니다. 하지만 지금은 확인되지 않은 상태로 플레이가 진행되고 있고 김수조 선수가 에이스 킹, wow, ace king again. So Sujo hasn't played that many hands, but the 3 hands he did play were jacks, kings, and ace king. Let's see what happens here.
So he's been picking up some hands.
Yeah, so his hand's been very polarized. His hand's been either the nuts or nothing. And he's gonna get through. And ace king. And he shows the ace king too. I don't know if he's just having fun or is trying to develop an image, but yeah, he's shown every hand he's opened. So going back to that 5-6 of clubs, the 9 of clubs, because it was the 9 of clubs, connects with all the floating ace 9 suited cards. So ace 9 of hearts, ace 9 of diamonds, ace 9 of spades, they all connect with that turn card. But other than that, I really don't see any 9 high clubs there,
True.
especially with the continuation bit being almost half pot.
I do agree on you on that one.
So our short stack, with less than 10 bigs, have been very, very patient so far. He's folded King 10, he's folded Queen Jack, he's folded Ace 3. So I'm very interested to see what hand he chooses to finally go to showdown with. So we see our chip leader Mai Bian open things up on the button with Queen 7 of spades, and Sharon defended his big blind with yet another mystery card, and these two are gonna go at it again. These two are gonna go at it again, and with the 7 Queen of spades, he does have the bottom pair and a flush draw, and he bets 50k into a pot of 100. Sharon makes the call with a mystery hand, and the river is gonna be a
Picture, I believe.
and a jack of spades. So it's not, he doesn't improve. Six deuce, 6-5. Okay, so he had to open ender. He had to open ender. So Sharon loses yet another small pot to the chip leader, and these two are developing a sort of rivalry between them. So I think there's been like two pairs that have been battling each other a lot. I think Popsu and Moonho, they've been fighting, going at it for a while, and Chiwon and Mai Bian are developing some sort of hand rivalry as well. So interesting dynamic here. Interesting dynamic.
I hope we can play in one of these high roller 8 max high roller event.
I know for a fact that they're gonna broadcast the 8 max high roller, but depending on how much, how many entries they get after the final table, I'm sure we'll be able to late bridge the 6 max. But I'm flying home on Friday, so I won't be able to play the 6 max. 8 max is gonna be fun though. I really want to play that. I really, really do. I mean, I could play the final 8 max high roller, and if I make the final table, so be it. If I don't, I can commentate.
Yeah.
I'll have to talk to Tommy about it. So the chip leader wakes up with yet another premium hand and gets folds all around and manages to steal the big line. Sujo chipped up quite nicely to about 22 bigs by stealing the pot, stealing the blinds. Forgive us if our commentary is not, as up to par as our previous commentaries, because both of us are severely sleep deprived and food deprived.
The sleep part, not as important, but the food part, that's big. And
Bopsu is gonna open up the action under the gun +1 with King 5 of
I
spades.
I like how Bobsu is playing this final table, but just a little bit too aggressive for my liking.
But I understand this open actually. He
Yeah.
hasn't played a hand since the Ace King double up,
Yeah.
and I like it. He's not, super short. He's like 22 bigs, so
Yeah. But still, you don't want to be spewing chip if there's an 8 big blind stack.
yeah. But also she showed the six. Everybody saw the 6-7 of clubs, so people are gonna be a lot more, you know, dubious about his hands. All right, so we pick up the action back again with Pepsi under the gun, folding.
But I don't think this Vietnamese guy could afford to be patient anymore. His stack is dwindling down to like 8 bigs.
Well, with 8 bigs, he can see another orbit and
Now,
possibly stop and go the next big line as well. So,
and plus, now he couldn't afford to fold like the Queen Jacks.
yeah, now he can't fold the Queen Jacks and the Ace 3 suiteds, especially in late position.
Yes.
Are you 3-bet shoving 8 bigs on the button with Ace 3 of hearts if the cutoff opens?
No.
No. Good.
I'm open jamming it, but I'm not 3-bet jamming it because the
Yeah.
thing is, I won't get a lot of folds by
Mm.
3-bet jamming 8 bigs.
Yeah, and you're dominated a lot of times.
Basically, almost every time.
The best you can hope for is like King X. And even against that, you're not doing so great. And Yushin is gonna open up the action with Queen Jack of Diamonds.
And I believe he's gonna get looked up by Mai Bien. Oh,
Oh, my being limped.
no, 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 no. That is wrong, I think.
Okay, Popsu has Ace Queen. And
I like the flat.
I like the flat too with the short stack, 8 big blind stack in there. Queen Eye
And
board.
he should get a full double here.
Yeah, with top pair for both. I don't know if he's gonna get the full double. I mean,
He's gonna win a decent sized
yeah.
pot.
So I wonder how big. That seems like an 80K
In
continuation bet into 200K. So almost a half pot bet, 40%. Ten of spades on the turn, no backdoors for both. And Bopsu being, defending his big blind, his hand is very under-repped. So I believe Yushin's gonna bet one more street and possibly, get shoved on. Yeah, so he does make another bet of 125 or
small bit.
one third pot. Even less, 100K.
Yeah. So third pot. And I think
I actually don't mind this small bet because Popsu, it makes it a lot less likely that he gets jammed on.
I don't
Oh, that I don't think
I
that that's a raise to
yeah,
250K.
I don't like the raise as much. I think I'll rather like a call there.
Okay, 250K is gonna get looked up a lot by Yushin because from what I've seen so far, he doesn't like to fold too much.
But this looks super fishy.
And he does make the call. Wow. So it's we're gonna see the river with 715K out there and Popsu with only 310 behind. And you have to remember, Yushin doesn't have him covered by a lot. Oh, he shoved. He shoved. He shoved. He didn't call. He shoved. And Popsu is contemplating a call or a fold, but I really don't see
Him folding here.
folding here, and he really shouldn't. After check raising the turn,
Yeah.
if you're gonna check raise the turn on that board and fold to a shove with less than half, oh, and he does make the call. Okay,
At least he didn't use a time bank.
yeah, he does make the call, and he's in a
Alright, we're all in
terrific
for
shape
situation.
to
Horse
double up
one,
here.
four runs,
And
complete
Yushin's gonna
10,
be left with
complete
less than
36,
300k.
10.
So two essential short stack now.
Yeah,
Shinley goes all
now
in,
he's gonna be
jack
like
suited diamond, top pair
almost
jack kicker, or box to
left
call
with
with top
11
pair jack
bigs.
kicker, ace queen off. That's the river. River comes a king,
It
ace
is a
queen is
king.
good, pops to
So
double up.
Babsu gets a full double.
Wow, Popsu has been on an absolute roller coaster this final table. With the 5-6 hand going all the way up to 1.4 mil and then dwindling all the way down to, like 10-ish bigs, getting that double up with ace king, and then now this hand, he's been on a roller coaster. That's a huge pop, by the way. 1.5 mil. That's almost, I think he's up to second in chips now.
Yes.
Yeah, he's second in chips now.
No, maybe third.
Maybe third in chips, maybe.
But you have to consider almost like more than 50% of chips in play are within three people.
Yeah.
Because the other guy has 1.9 mil, the other one has like 1.9 mil, and Babsu has like 1.5 mil. And everybody is like sub 1 million.
That's a huge, huge pot. Crucial spot for Bopsu. And he gets another chance at a run for the
And
title.
and I believe three guys are at sub 500.
Yeah. So Yushin is left with 270k, which means he's left with 9 bigs. So one player with 9 bigs, one player with 7 bigs. This is gonna be very interesting. Yeah, so Popsu and Moon are almost neck to neck in chips with 1.5 each. That's a 50 big blind stack, so that's a lot of playability. This is gonna be another interesting dynamic between Moonho and Bopsu. Now that both of them have a lot of chips, this is gonna be even more interesting because they've had a sort of rivalry between them, and Bopsu decides to just flat, which I really like.
And both the short stack are loving this.
They're gonna be at it again. This is like round 4 for them. This is round 4 for them. Moonho versus Bopsu round 4. Let's see what happens. I see a king on the turn or something. Oh no, it's a jack. Okay. So ace high, a pair of aces for Moonho, and a gut shot for Bopsu. And it's just gonna go check bet forward. Ace 4 had a gut shot, top pair, and a flush draw. So that was a monster flop for him. All right, so let's see. The payouts, as I've mentioned before, you have to times it by 1,000. So next one to Boston, 8th place, is guaranteed at least around 10,000 US dollars. Okay, so our shortest stack is gonna fold his ace deuce in the hijack. So he's waiting it out. He's waiting it out. There's another very short stack.
I don't
behind
think
it,
he's
so
playing for the win. I think he's just playing to ladder up.
yeah, I mean, ace deuce in the hijack with 7 bigs would have been a clear cut shove for me. But then again, you have to look at it this way. The guy with 9 bigs is gonna be in the big blind next.
If this doesn't get looked up, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm gonna raise alarm bells here.
pocket
Oh no
deuces.
no no no! Sorry.
So he started the hand with 508.
Yeah, I
That's
mean
almost 20
that's
bigs high.
okay. That's okay. I thought he's a lot shorter than
Yeah.
it is.
So 18 bigs, essentially shoving. Wow, and he goes for it, applies maximum pressure. I think he might fold here. Look at him. Wow. Oh my
Oh, and he
God.
is left with 100,000.
No, 340K.
No, bro, look. The
Also, the graphics are wrong.
Yes, that's why I said he's a lot shorter than it's shown.
Okay, so the graphics are wrong. So this that was a very interesting hand. He essentially commits himself, but then the big stack decides to go for it, and he's forced to fold the Jack 4.
Actually, you're not supposed to be folding there.
Yeah,
He
and
commits like 65% of his stack already.
yeah, yeah. I mean, this is interesting. So the graphics are a little bit wrong, but he essentially has like 4 bigs left, 3 or 4 bigs left. So we
So
have
if you fold this,
okay. So
let's go home.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Ace Queen of Hearts. Now, finally, he's in it for seven bigs, 7 bigs, 7.5 bigs, and he might get looked up by maybe Bopsu or okay. This is a very interesting spot.
If Babsu calls here, he's not paying attention.
Yeah, but he's calling. He's calling.
But I mean, if Babsu could
He
beat,
ISO raised to 325K.
I mean, if Babsu can beat aces, he could easily beat ace queen.
And we're gonna get the showdown with Ace Queen versus Ace 4. And seat number 8 is loving this. Seat number 8 is loving this. He has about 3 bigs, and he might lather up here.
King high flop, king 8-7,
Very
to
safe
call.
flop.
Both of them not holding any clubs. Let's see the turn. Turn comes the
Safe
jack of
turn.
hearts.
No clubs for either player.
Four. Let's see the river.
And safe river.
Ace queen is
So
good.
patience really paying off for Hun Yuan. Gets the full double up to about 15, 16 bigs. 16 bigs. And now we have we have the super short stack of Yushin with 7 bigs. And I believe the graphics are wrong because I think Van Trung does not have 11 bigs, but he has about 3 bigs.
Yes.
지금 그래픽상으로는 벤트랑 선수가 10인 빅블라인드 정도 있는 걸로 나오는데 지금 화면상으로 확인되는 칩을 보면은 한 10만 정도 있거든요. 10만 정도 있으니까 3.5BB 정도 있습니다. 3.5BB 정도 있어서 지금 그래픽상으로는 조금 오류가 있는 걸로 보여지고요. 3.5BB와 7BB. 근데 지금 빅블라인드에 있기 때문에 6BB 정도 있는 걸로 확인이 되고 다른 숏스택이었던 턴유엔은 턴유엔 선수는 16BB 정도로 지금 더블업을 성공한 상태입니다. 자, 서문호 선수 에이스 퀸 오프로 액션을 스타트했고요. 벤트랑 선수는 지금 40K가 아니라 100K 정도 있는데 킹사 다이아를 바로 홀드하는 모습이 보여졌습니다. 그리고 미스트리 핸 빅블라인드 버튼에서 칩 리더인 마이비엔이 에이스 8 옵수스로 3벳을 했고요. 지금 I absolutely love this 3bet because with 2 super short stacks, Moonho is handcuffed. He's absolutely handcuffed.
He's kind of forced to fold here.
Yeah. 지금 서문호 선수가 세컨 칩 리더인데 지금 3BB와 6BB 스택이 있기 때문에 3BB와 6BB 스택이 있기 때문에 지금
And he jams.
Did he jam?
No, it just flat.
지금 3BB와 6BB 스택이 있기 때문에 지금 레더 2번을 거의 개런티를 하고 있는 상황이라서 일단 콜을 합니다. 그리고 페어를 맞췄습니다. 네, 중계 소리를 조금 올릴 수 있도록 해보겠습니다. 지금 소리가 혹시 잘 들리나요, 누블님? The mic volume is too low. 자, 일단 마이비안 선수가 에이스 스페이드를 여전히 잘한 것 같다고. 네, 잠시 한번 확인을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 지금 볼륨이 맥시멈으로 켜져 있긴 한데 저희가 좀 더 목소리를 키워서 얘기할 수 있도록 해보겠습니다. The volume is a little bit too low, he says. Yes.
So we'll try to do our best to
Speak up.
speak up a little bit louder.
Okay, so the chip leader makes a continuation bet of 140k, and Moon Ho is absolutely fearless. He is absolutely fearless. He check raises with top. This is like, I don't know, like ICM wise, I don't know what's happening here, but this is absolutely interesting.
So how is this? A lot better? I think so.
오, 좋아요. 많이 올라간 것 같습니다. 네, yeah, that did the trick. That did the trick.
Which one?
It's way better, he says. It's way
Yeah,
better.
I put it.
So this is up and this is low?
That I'm not sure.
Wow, so I would have thought it would be the other way around, but yeah, it worked. So awesome. And Moonho chipped up to 2 million. So the chip leader and the second chip leader are almost neck to neck now. They're separated by 7 bigs. 방금 3BB와 6BB 스택이 있는데 세컨 칩 리더가 칩 리더 상대로 에이스 퀸을 콜하고 그리고 플랍에 책 레이즈를 하는 모습을 볼 수 있었습니다. 서문호 선수 아주 fearless, 아주 멋진 플레이 보여주셨고요. 지금 이제 숏스택 마이비엔 선수, 지금 이유신 선수가 버튼에서 퀸 6 하트로 잼을 했고 스몰과 빅이 다 폴드를 하면서 스틸에 성공하는 모습을 볼 수 있었습니다. 이제 8BB 정도의 스택, 9BB 정도의 스택을 보유하고 있으십니다. 그리고 지금 화면상으로는 11BB라고 나오지만 8번 자리에 있는 벤트랑 선수는 지금 칩으로 봤을 때 한 3BB 정도 남은 걸로 보여지거든요. 3BB. 자, 김수주 선수 스몰 블라인드에서 에이스 X를 줍고 세븐 듀스가 폴드를 했군요. 네. 세븐 듀스가 레이즈를 한 줄 알았는데, 네. 윤지현 선수가 킹 6으로 스틸에 성공을 합니다. So, you guys are watching the live stream final table coverage of the main event. And my name is Yoo-Hyun Kim. I'm here with Eugene Ko, and we are going to be commentating this entire final table in English and in Korean. So, if you are watching us, please leave a comment, and we will be able to check full live. I think we're live with the comments as well, right? So
Yeah.
실시간으로 확인이 되기 때문에 실시간으로 채팅을 확인하면서 소통하면서 중계를 이어가도록 하겠습니다. So Van Trump is all in for 100K, I believe. 100K. Yeah, 100K. So 지금 화면상은 340K라고 나와 있는데 340K가 아니라 10만 칩입니다. 10만. 그러니까 3.5BB 정도 돼요. 3.3BB죠. 3.3BB. 10만 3.3BB로 올인이고 김수조 선수가 파켓 3을 홀드를 했습니다. 그리고 서문호 선수가 3.3BB는 뭐 애니카드 콜이죠. 근데 뭐 정말 운이 안 좋게도 킹 7로 도미네이트 된 핸드로 빅블라인드에서 콜을 하게 됐습니다. So yeah, I mean 3 big blinds is any two hands,
Yeah.
but he's very unfortunate to run into a dominated hand. And a king high board. Wow.
I guess Sujo made a good fold.
Yeah,
He was considering it for a bit.
yeah, with pocket threes, right?
Yep.
The pocket threes is a nice fold, and also it's very standard fold there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
He-
the short stack is still not out of the danger zone. He
Yeah.
just has like
10 bigs.
less than 10 bigs, about 8 big blinds. And he's to be the big blind next hand.
Yeah, so even with the double up, I believe he has about 8 big blinds. Yeah, so the graphics are, I think, correct now. No, it's not correct. Is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it
it
is
is correct.
correct,
Okay,
yeah.
it is correct. 이제 그래픽이 이제 수정이 돼서 신유진 선수가 9BB로 세컨 숏 스택이고 그리고 맨트렁 선수가 8BB로 숏 스택입니다. 근데 지금 빅블라인드가 두 분 다 이제 바로 다가오고 있기 때문에 미들링 스택 김수조와 셰론 선수 같은 이제 미들링 스택은 ICM 프레셔가 좀 많이 느껴질 수 있는 그런 구간이죠. Okay, Sujo has ace-8 off in the cutoff. He's gonna open up the action. And Tun Yuan, snap folds the ace-5. Moonho folds the king-10. And Bopsu with pocket fours. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens here. With the ICM pressure in play, I would love to see a shove here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would too.
Yeah, with the two short stacks. Oh, and
And
he
he-
does make the shove. He does make the shove, which is absolutely the correct play.
If I was Sujo, I'm not raising on Babsu's big blind. Showing the aggression that Babsu is capable of. I mean,
with a huge stack
with
too. Yeah.
especially with a huge stack. I mean, he's not afraid to call off 6-7 suited. That's almost half his stack to Vivian, as
Yeah.
everybody saw. So if Babsu's on the big blind and I have a marginal hand,
Oh, this is not mine.
I'm just leaving it alone.
Yeah, I mean, what happened? But I see what's happening because the last two hands he opened and revealed were kings and ace king, and Popsu defending light, right? So he might be defending like 8-9 off and 6-7 off and stuff like that. So with ace-9, he might consider that to be a value, open against this defending range.
Okay, Yushin jams UTG +1, king 4 diamonds.
Okay, with 8 big blinds. Okay, well, seven
And I still don't like jam. I think it's still too wide.
7 big blinds.
I would rather see like king 8, king 9 suited.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
And he's gonna get looked up by Tun Yuan with
But
ace jack.
that's still essentially a flip.
Yeah, 65% versus 35%. And we might lose another player. And Van Trung had 3 big blinds just 2 hands ago.
No. 8 big blinds.
No, 2 hands ago before he doubled up. 3.3 big blinds. Now he has 8 big blinds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so he had 2 hands ago, he had 3.3 big blinds and might double up
And
here.
king 4 gets there.
I spoke too soon. But he does have the spade.
And
a
a gut shot. The case of too many outs, I think.
No, this is not too many outs. This is moderate amount of outs. So he'd
Still
still,
no overs.
yes, he might get there. He might get there. Oh, and he dodges every out and manages to get a full double up to about 16, 17 bigs. He had seven bigs to start, right? So
Yes.
16 bigs.
So now Tung Nguyen is down to like 3 bigs or 5 bigs.
So we have wow, this is a very interesting final table. They were super deep to begin the final table, and now the blinds are catching up to them, and the short stacks are doubling up multiple times. And we only lost one player so far. We are what? 3 hours into the stream. 지금 3시간이 지났어요. 3시간 지났는데 탈락했습니다. 한 명. 정말 정말 긴 파이널 테이블이 예상되고 있습니다. 치열하네요. 치열해.
Blinds up next hand, 20, 40, and 40 empty.
Let's try to get someone here in the booth to get some
Avi or
outside
Ernie? Yeah.
perspective, like some good professionals. Like
Did you contact anyone? Like, who's there? Avi is here?
Abi might be,
Sleeping?
Abi might come down. He just messaged me right now.
Okay, okay, good.
So I'm gonna try to get a bracelet winner here to see his perspective on
Yeah,
their
I mean,
gameplay.
I played with him yesterday in the single day high roller, and we were at a table with 4 recreational players and me and Avi. And I tried like I wasn't gonna get into like too many unusual spots with him because seeing he's the best player at the table besides myself. But I don't know, it was just weird because like we just kept getting into pots with each other, and I managed to outflop him every single time, and yeah, he busted shortly after.
But he did manage to win the buy-in back in the cash game though.
Okay, okay,
So
so
it
that's good.
wasn't too bad.
And I know he didn't want to play the high roller to begin with because the entry was too low.
It
Yeah.
ended up getting a decent amount of numbers.
19 players, 19 players. Yeah, do you use WhatsApp
Did
or
I just see the small blind fold ace 10
I think so, yeah.
for like
Min raise?
6 bigs?
6 bigs? Who has 6 bigs?
C7.
He wants the ladder. Oh, okay. Well, he has like 2 bigs right there, right? He has like
No, he has like over 100k, 150k.
150k.
They're about evenish stacked.
No, 2 bigs.
100k, 165k.
Okay.
3 bigs and 5 bigs.
Okay, so he wants the ladder up.
Okay.
And he gets to see one more orbit, you know?
Yeah, just because he just passed the big
Yeah.
blind.
Are you on WhatsApp or are you on
Telegram.
Telegram? Okay, can you add me on Telegram? I don't have Instagram or anything, so. AIM. I don't know how you do. That's my hand. Just my name. HYUN. I deleted my Instagram account.
Yeah, I shot you a message.
Good, good. How much time do you spend on Instagram and Facebook, man?
A lot,
Yeah.
but not posting. Just watching videos. I'm using Facebook as like some sort of YouTube or some sort.
Yeah.
Just watching like random reels and whatever. But I'm not a big fan of like posting stuff on Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on Instagram forever, and recently I found out there's a function where it sends you an alarm if you've been on Instagram for, over an hour or over 2 hours or something.
Yeah.
So I set an alarm so that Instagram will shut down after I use it for an hour. And I was so sure. I was so sure that I spent less than an hour on Instagram every day because I don't post anything. I just look at stuff, funny videos, and I look at funny cute dog videos and cat videos and shit. So I really didn't think I would spend over an hour on Instagram, but every single day I received an alarm.
Oh,
Every single day I spent more than an hour on Instagram.
oh,
So I decided to just completely delete my account. And I deleted my account, I deleted Instagram, and I am now in the dark ages.
so I'm gonna leave Dennis for a bit and gonna take a quick bathroom break.
Okay. And we're gonna see Mai Bien, the chip leader, opening the action on the button with Pocket Queens. Pocket Queens. And Sharon is gonna defend this big blind with King 9. And a very safe flop for Pocket Queens, especially with the Queen of Spades in his hand. And Sharon is actually quite lucky that he didn't flop a piece of this. And he floats. Wow. 여기도 살짝 라이벌이 형성되고 있으면서 지금 정말 재밌는 테이블 다이내믹이 형성되고 있는데 아까부터 이제 조금 그 라이벌이 관계가 형성이 되고 있는 느낌입니다. 왠지. 그러면서 윤지원 선수가 이제 킹 9 하이로 플랍을 플로팅을 하면서 턴에 책책 그리고 리버에 5 클럽이 떨어지는 상황이 됐습니다. 자, 칩 리더가 지금 이제 250 정도, 25K 정도, 30K. 와, 거의 팟 사이즈 벳이네요. 팟 사이즈 벳. 30만이네요. 팟 사이즈 벳. 여기서 올인하면은 그냥 무조건 콜하겠다 이거네요. 하이로 콜을 한다고? 와, 히로 콜을 하면서 히로 콜을 하면서 킹하이로 히로 콜을 하면서 윤지원 선수가 꽤나 큰 팟을 팀리더에게 넘겨주고 있는 모습입니다. 라이벌 관계가 이래서 무섭습니다. 그 아까 전에 서문호 선수와 김법수 선수도 계속 맞붙으면서 살짝의 그 히스토리가 형성되는 걸 볼 수 있었는데 윤지원 선수와 저희 마이비엔 선수도 계속 맞붙게 되면서 살짝의 라이벌 관계가 형성이 된 것 같았습니다. 일단 3BB, 4BB, 그리고 7BB의 숏스택이 3명이 형성이 되면서 ICM 프레셔가 모든 선수들에게 좀 많이 느껴지고 있는 상황일 것 같은데 재밌게 지켜볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 어떻게 될지 지켜보겠습니다. 자, 1BB, 2BB, 4BB, 그리고 신유신 선수가 11BB. 근데 저거 70K가 잘못 나온 것 같은 게 윤지현 선수가 지금 스택으로 봤을 때 21만 정도 있는 걸로 보여지거든요. 21만이면은 7BB입니다. 7BB. 네, 7BB 정도 나온 걸로 1BB가 그래픽이 좀 잘못된 것 같습니다. 제가 업데이트를 하면서 알려드릴게요. 지금 선유엔 선수가 이제 10만 스택으로 3BB 올인한 상태고요. 이제 2만 4만이구나. 2.5BB를 올인한 상황입니다. 2.5BB를. 2.5BB를 오픈했는데, 올인을 했는데, 지금 중간에 김법수 선수가 콜을 했고요. 김법수 선수가 콜을 했고, 지금 김수조 선수가 빅블라인드를 또 이제 디펜드 하면서 3웨이 팟이 형성이 됐습니다. 김법수 선수의 핸드는 아직 공개가 안 된 상황이지만 지금 김수조 선수는 6-3입니다. 네, 잭 10 듀스. 일단 아무도 히트하지 않았고 9가 떨어지지 않는 이상 김법수 선수의 핸드가 베스트일 가능성이 매우 높습니다. 6-3, 7, 킹 7, 그리고 7, 8. 와. So we lose another player. of the
Out, now final 7.
we lose another player in 8th place, Tun Yuan. Gets about 10,000 US dollars for his efforts. And now we are seven-handed. So it took us almost 3 hours to lose 2 players. So it took us almost 3 hours to lose 2 players, and we're gonna be losing players left and right here because Sharon has about 5 bigs, and I believe Van Trung has about 4 bigs. So we have 2 super short stacks, and Lee in seat number 1 has about 11 bigs, which means we have 3 super short stacks, and Sujo's getting there with about 350 60k. So 360k is about 8 bigs, 7 bigs.
Fold.
So yeah, this is pretty neck to neck. This is gonna be a very interesting ICM spot for these players.
Raise 80.
And if you're new to tournament poker and you haven't seen you don't have much experience in tournament poker, keep a close eye on Sujo because Sujo is very experienced in tournament poker. He's very accomplished, and he, I believe, has the most experienced in final tables. And because his stack is so short, and there are shorter stacks below him, it's a very unique spot to learn ICM. So if you're new to tournament poker and you want to learn a little bit more about ICM and what hand ranges you should be calling or shoving with, keep a close eye on Sujo.
80.
So the 2 chip leaders are gonna go at it again. So we see a little bit of a rivalry forming in the form of Moonho versus Mai Bian as well. Because this is the 3rd time they've clashed. And the first time they clashed was a 3-bet pot, and Moonho essentially check raised him, for his entire stack on flop with ace queen on the queen high board. And Muno has a pair of 4s, and Mai Bian has a pair of 10s. And wow, Mai Bian is gonna value bet his second pair.
106.
So I don't know how much experience Mai Bian has, but from what I've seen at this final table, he is not a bad player at all. He is a very, very, very good player from what I've seen at this final table. He's applied the pressure where it was necessary. He made a very, very big pot size value bet with second pair as well. And now he's made another great value bet with second pair, and he might get absolutely maximum value from third pair on this board. So he knows where he's at any given point, and
10.
I love this play. I love this bet. And he does get paid off. Wow, what a value bet. Masterful, masterful value bet.
아, 베비.
Bảo ơi, ván trước là button số 2 đúng không?
저거 근데 비 됐잖아. 저거 비.
Hả?
비 방어 콜. 베스트 콜.
Bây giờ button số 3 đúng không? Đúng rồi. Đó, số 3 là Desmond. Desmond đúng không?
빅 베스트 콜. 야, 저 쇼나 밀리고 이거 저 때리고.
Alright, so we continue the action. We're still seven-handed, but keep in mind, there are 3 super, super short stacks.
Fold. Raise 80. Fold, fold. All in.
All right, chip leader, my Bien is gonna open up again, I believe, with ace four of spades as he should. And Sujo has pocket nines on the button and is gonna go for it.
Turn. Go.
Even with the two super short stacks, pocket nine's just too good a hand to give up. And you have to keep in mind, ICM is not just considering the pay jumps, but it's considering how much value you can get out of the chips that you have. And with pocket nines, you're losing value of possibly not just laddering up, but possibly winning the tournament, that you have to go for it there. So, like I said before, please keep in mind if you're new to tournament poker and you want to learn a thing or two about ICM considered hand ranges, keep an eye out on Sujo.
What's that?
Hmm?
What's that?
This
This one, the black piggy.
pig intestine.
Pork blood?
Intestine. Yeah, but it's not intestine, it's like noodles stuffed in intestine.
Okay.
Silver ribbon.
So, right?
They chop it.
Wow, and both of the
So and
unlucky for Van Trong that he chopped it with Kim Baksu.
yeah, I mean that's gonna hurt because he shoved all in for about four bigs, I believe, and got called by Jack four, and ended up flopping the nuts and chopping on the river. So that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt a lot.
Lock. Soft lock. 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 Raise. 85. Năm lẻ sau. Fold. Small for big fold.
So Yushi raised under the gun with ace queen and gets all to fold. So it is break time? Is it break time? No, 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 no. I thought it was break time.
Wow, that's a gutsy move by Xin Yushin. Yi Yushin. He turned his gut shot and bottom pair into a bluff, and it worked. So we see a lot of like these players are not afraid. These players are playing to win. These players are not afraid to get their chips in the pot.
These players are here to play. Is the graphics correct? There's a player with one big blind.
I don't think so, and it's been a little bit wrong.
To be fair, I haven't seen Sujo raise a lot of hands this final table.
Yeah, I mean, his PFR, I believe, were five. Not five. He raised pre-flop 5 times. Ace something suited once, it got through. Pocket jacks once, pocket kings once, ace king once, and then ace nine once. Those are the 5 hands he raised with. Oh, and the first hand he raised was 7-5 of spades. So he raised 6 times. And we're at hand number 54. So his VPIP is still very low. 6 times out of 54 hands.
Yeah.
I have a very good memory, turns out. And a queen high board. So the chip leader is playing great, and he's running good as well. The pocket queens, the king queen, a lot of premium hands. So he's been playing really, really, really well, and he's getting rewarded with, you know, nice cards and nice boards.
Turned out to be a quite sizable pot too.
So Moonho decided to make a delayed c-bet on the turn, and now checks the river, and Mai Bien is going to try to get some value of him. And we can see that Mai Bien applies a ton of pressure to every stack there is because of the ICM implications, and his value bets and his bluffs are both on the very, very large size.
And later on today, let's try getting Tommy Kim into the booth.
So his value bets are really big, and wow, he makes the call with ace high.
Wow.
So my Bien's just getting paid every single time he has a hand. Pocket queens, he got called a massive pot size bet by king high, and with king queen top pair, he got a pot size bet called by ace high. So people don't believe the big stack. They're 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 like convincing themselves that he's just bullying everybody around and making these huge bets as a bluff, and they just don't believe him.
So my BN is slowly running away with the chip lead now.
Oh, he's way running away with the chip lead. 지금 칩 리더가 핸드도 잘 들어오고 보드도 잘 맞지만 플레이 자체를 엄청 잘하고 있습니다. 플레이 자체를 엄청 잘하고 있는 게 그 선수들이 전부 다 이 사람은 칩 리더의 포지션을 사용해서 우리들한테 그냥 프레셔를 주는 거야 라고 생각할 만큼 모든 밸류백과 모든 블러프를 정말 이퀄리 크게 밸런싱을 하고 있으면서 에이스 하이로도 콜을 받고 거기에다가 킹 하이로도 콜을 받고 하는 정말 맥시멈 밸류를 뽑아내고 있는 그런 모습을 보여주고 있습니다.
That was a really, really questionable call by guy on seat 5.
There's a little bit of a rivalry forming in the form of Munho versus Mai Bian, and Mai Bian versus Jared. And Mai Bian has been on the winning end every single time.
Yeah. This Vietnamese knows how to get paid, don't you think?
Maximum value, maximum value.
And he didn't bet small. He bet like 80% pot.
Bet 80 to 90% pot both times with the pocket queens and the king queen. Wow, we are seven-handed, and the chip leader has 50% of the chips in play. That is absolutely ridiculous. At a main event final table, with 7 players left, the chip leader has 90 big blinds. No, wait, 3.7 million?
90 big blind.
Yeah, 90 big blinds which is about 50% of the chips in play. This is absolutely ridiculous. What a dream scenario.
And Moonho seems to don't want to let up.
I thought there was a bit of a rivalry going on. I know for a fact now that there's a bit of a rivalry going on. Because the 3-bet from Moonho. Okay, so the chip leader's opening wide, and you can probably get the bluff. You're probably ahead of his range. But there are 2 players with 3 big blinds, and 1 player with 11 big blinds. ICM wise, you know? It's absolutely crazy.
Like they said, it is what it is for these players. But ICM wise, I think what's the guy's name?
Moonho.
Moonho is committing ICM suicide. Slowly but surely. I mean, sometimes in this final table, you know the guy's bluffing you, but sometimes you just have to let it go.
But to be fair, he's playing to win. He wants first place or nothing else. He doesn't care about the money yet.
The case of too many money syndrome.
It's a very good case to have.
Yeah.
6, 7 of clubs again for Bopsu. 6, 7 of clubs has been a very, very good hand for Bopsu this final table. And we are 3 way to the flop. Wow. Wow.
And most likely he's getting a double up,
Triple up.
a triple up.
He just flops it. A full triple up.
He's still alive and kicking.
So I believe he's up to about 10 big blinds now.
아니 융스패드 뺐으면 스티플이잖아. 내가 스피드가 아니네. everyone,
So that's bad news for T1 because now he's the absolute, short stack with 3 big blinds left. And his big blind is coming up next. Okay, you can see that the PFR for My Bien is the highest, understandably so because he's the runaway chip leader. But I believe that number is going to go way up higher because he just recently became the overwhelming chip leader, and there are plenty of middling and short stacks that you can put pressure on. So I expect that 22% PFR to become somewhere around 35 to 40% pretty soon. Sure. So we have an all-in and a call post-flop. Sharon with 3 big blinds is all-in with Queen 10 on a 10-eye board and is in great shape to double up against Bopsu with 7-8, and he's drawing to 2 outs now. No, 3 outs. Ooh, close but no cigar. And Sharon gets the much-needed double up to about 8 bigs, I believe. So Sharon shoved UTG +1, I think.
No,
or
he just raised.
he just raised
Yes.
with a 3 big blind stack.
Yeah, or limp. I forgot.
Okay, or limp or shove. And Bobsu decided to join him on the cutoff in the cutoff with 7-8. Okay.
Who loves those suited hands?
Yeah, in my opinion, he loves it a little bit too much.
Yes. Straight.
exactly hits the spot.
I believe we're gonna see an open from Popsu with pocket eights. He has about 32 bigs. 37 bigs, actually, 37 bigs.
No, 32. Blinds went up 24.
Okay, okay. Blinds actually just sneak up on you, man.
And I believe we're gonna have an all-in and a call.
Yeah, pretty standard spot there. And very nice spot for Sharon because he might be able to double up here.
Sharon might get a ladder from here.
Oh, lather up here.
Once again, all in call. Yushin goes all in with the ace, king off.
Sharon and Van Trung are hoping the eights hold up.
Yeah, for sure. If we were in that spot, we would too.
I would be screaming eight in my head. Neither player has a spade.
Maybe I would scream an eight out loud, just to needle the other player. Hey, I want.
Oh, wow, and he turns the eight. But there are some chop outs.
Yes.
Let's see the river.
And he dodges all spades to get a full double up. And the short stacks are not going to love this.
That's true.
430
So this is a long final table. We've lost two players in the span of 3.5 hours. And Sujo gets a walk, so that's a very, very big break for him as he is dwindling down and bleeding chips. Popsu with another premium hand, ace queen off. Folds around to Moonho on the big blind with ace-6 off, and he is going to make the defense here. Ace-high flop would see Popsu winning at least a little bit, but a queen-high flop, I believe, is going to go check, bet, fold. Oh, a sneaky check back. A sneaky check back from Popsu. So I know I criticized a little bit of his play after the 6-7 suited, but this sneaky check back is gonna win him some money because I believe Wunho. Oh, it didn't work. So now we have three short stacks, two players with 6 big blinds, sub 10 BB stack, and Sujo has about 11 big blinds, so he's been bleeding chips. And to be fair, he hasn't had any hands, and when he did have kings or jacks or ace king, he didn't get any action. It's gotta be frustrating for him. So Yushin is gonna open up the action with pocket fives. And I believe he's gonna get looked up by Bopsu a majority of the time because not with the queen three though. Not with the queen three Cheers, thank you. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, for a while. So on all in on the call,
Nine of spades,
pocket fives versus ace queen, and the ace queen flop strips.
triple becomes an ace.
Makes essentially the nuts on the river, and we lose a player in the form of Sharon Yoon. That King Eye hero call, probably he's regretting a little bit at this time, but we lose a player in 8th place. A job well done, and good game to Sharon Yoon. So now we are finally six-handed, and there are Sujo, I believe, has about 11 bigs, and I believe Van Trunk has about 3, 4, 5 bigs, 5 bigs, and with 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I think there are two middling stacks, one runaway chip leader, and one big stack. So yeah, I think the action's gonna pick up a little bit. It's gonna go fast. It's gonna be fast paced from now on, and I know it took us almost 3 hours to lose two players, but we're gonna be losing players left and right from this point on.
So he went all in.
Yeah, G1 went all in with pocket fives for about 5 bigs, I think, and Munho woke up with ace queen
Ah,
and won the flip. I mean, you have to win flips if you want to win tournaments.
that is true.
I'm a little bit surprised to see Mai Bian not really opening up too much with the overwhelming chip lead.
Yeah.
So he's been playing ABC poker practically, and he hasn't been applying too much pressure on the middling stacks because if you look at the seat position, the guy with the least amount of chips is to his right. So as soon as he's out of the equation, as soon as he folds, everybody else is under severe ICM implications.
And Sujo knows that as well. That's why he hasn't been opening, and plus he's not getting any hands
So as soon as Van Trung folds and he's out of the hand, literally it wouldn't be that bad of a play
to just
to
shove.
shove every hand for
Because
Van Trung.
second chip lead I believe is only 25 big blinds.
So I mean, it wouldn't be the best play, but it wouldn't be too bad of a play. I'm just saying that he could be a lot more aggressive than he is right now.
Yes. You see, Sujo knows. He just straight up folded fours. He could have jammed it with like 11 big blinds.
He could have easily jammed it, but it was early position open, and he had 4 players left behind.
Early position open.
But you can see that he has, the experience that he has, that he doesn't even think about it. He just takes 1 second for the RFID to catch up and then just folds.
I think now everybody's guaranteed at least 20K.
That's a lot of money, real life money.
Mm-hmm.
And with the first place paying up about 120K US, we still have a lot of pay jumps to be had. And Ace King for Sujo finally wakes up with a hand. I know I'm, kind of biased because he is a good friend of mine and I've known him for over 10 years. But it's nice to see him pick up a hand after being card dead for so long. But then again, every time he has a hand, he gets no action.
I'd rather have that than every time I have a hand, somebody has better.
That's very true. Look at this. So, my van has 4.1 mil, and the second chip leader has 1.5. So he has more than double the second place in chips, and he has 51% of the entire chips in play. So, like I said, like it wouldn't be the worst play if
I think the graphics are wrong too.
Really?
With 1.5. Because the second chip lead is essentially Moonsuk.
Yeah, he's got about 1.5.
He got like 1.2.
No, 1.2, and then he has a little bit more on top over here.
Oh,
If I can
okay.
get
Yeah, 1.5 then.
Maybe 1.4 ish.
Mhm.
Yeah. He has the one stack being a little bit higher than the other one, I think. Yeah. Well, but still 1.43, 1.3
Yeah.
ish. Yeah. Maybe with that 1.4, maybe. If that's 3 chips, then
I mean,
two.
for
Yeah.
for my bien, regardless of what he has, I don't mind a 3-bet here.
I don't mind anything
And he
because
might hear me.
he does.
He does hear me.
I mean, look, like I said, as soon as Van Trung folds, As
Yes.
soon as he folds, he can apply maximum pressure with any two cards, and they will be forced to fold almost every
Everything.
hand.
The only thing that
Mm.
like you could defend is like the top 5% of hands.
Yeah, I mean Jackson up, I guess. Like
Yes.
Jackson up,
Jacks plus,
Ace Queen suited plus.
maybe tens plus.
Not even tens plus, man. I would go Jacks plus. Even that's even like on the because he doesn't have like just 8, 9 big blind. He has like 3 big blinds.
Exactly.
Right now.
So basically, you're giving, if you jam there, you're giving up a lot of real life money.
Yeah. Yeah. So until Van Trung is busted or
I think
doubles up,
Ace Jack is overfolding the pre-flop if you fold, but I think it was it would have been better for you to just open fold it.
yeah. I mean, you can't just open and fold to a free bet every single time.
Yeah. So I think I like a fold better there, just because there's one guy who has like 2.5 big blinds.
So as soon as Van Trunk folds, I would love to see my Vian just open jam any deuce hand, any two hand, any two cards, and basically everybody will have to fold because of the ICM and because how short Van Trung is. So Van Trung is gonna definitely fold the 9 deuce, right? So after this, let's see what and he has 6 big blinds.
I might not go all in with Moon because it could hurt my stack a little bit,
Hmm?
but I would still raise big blind
Hmm.
with any two cards as he should.
Jack 9 off is a raise. And he should be putting maximum pressure. And Moonho defended with what? With 10-5 of hearts. And he flops a 5. And he's gonna be forced to call at least one street. With the backdoor hearts as well.
But I like a two street bet for my BN here.
My BN has to put at least 2 streets of pressure on Moon because as you saw earlier, Moonho is not afraid to put his chips in there, and now he turns 2 pair, and now the open ender and a flush draw for Mai Bien. So Mai Bien still has 40% equity against Muno's 2 pair. Look at this. He's gonna put maximum pressure on him. He's gonna bet somewhere around 300k.
I can
That
even
seems like 250k.
I can even get behind on a 400k bet.
Yeah, I could do that. I could definitely get behind that as well because then he has, no fold equity. And even against the shove, I guess he has an open ender and a flush draw. So
Yes.
look at this. Look at this. Wunho is probably gonna jam here. I believe he's gonna jam here, but I wonder what my Ben's gonna do. That's a raise. That's a raise to 480. 480. So it's a double. It's a min click back. 240 bet and then a 480 raise. And maybe we are gonna see like a 3-bet jam from my Bien. 3-bet jam from my Bien. He's got to be worried that he's drawing dead though. Like with the 9 of clubs, he's got to be worried that so a shove and a call. Wow, a shove and a call.
And the two big blind stack is loving this.
Wow.
Praying for a club.
Yeah, but look, he has 40% equity. 40% equity. That's a lot.
Yeah. And I think he's gonna get there.
I don't know, but look, this is I love the play from my Ben. I do. I really think.
I really do.
Yeah, I think he's playing well, and he gets there with the king of clubs. The straight and the flush get there. So now this is getting ridiculous.
And Moonho commits an ICM suicide.
This, I think, is ridiculous because he has 70% of the chips in play. 70% of the chips in play with 5 people left. This is absolutely ridiculous. What a dream spot for Maibian. And to give him credit, he hasn't just been running well. He's been playing absolutely fantastic.
Correct. He knows when to raise. and he knows when to fold them.
He's been playing fantastic.
khá chuột anh đọc thế thì có phải anh nhảy hẳn 150 không?
Wow. What a dream spot. 70, not 17, 70% of the chips in play with 5 people left. He has almost 5 times the stack against the second chip leader. And this is an absolute dream for Maibian.
And the short stack to just went all in. He loved the bustle.
Yeah.
He lathered at the same time. I mean,
지금
it's
지금 팀 리더인 마이비안 선수는 그 쇼츠 벤트렁 선수가 절대 탈락하기를 원하지 않을 겁니다. 절대 탈락하는 걸 원하지 않을 거예요. 왜냐면 지금 쇼스테긴 선수가 지금 335니까 지금 8BB 정도가 있는 상태인데 마이비엔 선수가 8BB 정도 있고 지금 이제 빅블라인드에서 NT까지 내가지고 7BB 이번 만약에 핸들을 디펜드 못하면은 6BB가 남은 상태예요. 근데 그 다음 쇼스택인 김수조 선수가 한 12BB 정도 있는 거로 생각되는데 11BB? 뭐 정도 있는 걸로 생각되는데 거의 쇼스택 선수의 2배 정도의 칩이 있기 때문에 그리고 또 이제 다른 선수들도 칩이 쇼스택에 비해서 꽤나 많이 있는 선수이기 때문에 꽤나 그래도 차이가 나는 상황이기 때문에 벤트렁 선수가 폴드 하자마자 그냥 마이벤 선수는 엄청난 양의 그 ICM 프레셔를 나머지 세 선수한테 줄 수가 있습니다. 그래서 마이비엔 선수는 쇼스택 선수가 계속 숏을 유지하면서 살아있는 거를 오히려 원할 겁니다. 자, 이제 BPB 아까 PFR이 22%로 나왔었는데 제가 그때 팀 리더를 유지하면서 35%에서 40%까지도 올라갈 수 있을 것 같다라고 얘기를 말씀드렸었는데 지금은 이제 PFR이 그 이상으로 올라갈 것으로 생각이 됩니다. 지금 서문호 선수가 탈락을 하면서 마이비엔 선수한테 압도적인 팀 리더를 주고
I like the all in.
I do too. Almost 200 bigs, almost 20 bigs.
Because here's the thing. With ICM pressure, the chip lead is not gonna call very, very light.
Yeah.
So you can rejam a little bit lighter because the chip leader has to force fold. Because he doesn't want this situation to end.
Yeah. 지금 김법수 선수가 킹퀸으로 올인을 했는데 아무리 쇼스택이 한 명 더 있더라도 저는 매우 좋은 플레이라고 생각이 됩니다. 왜냐면 지금 상황으로는 마이벤 선수는 거의 뭐 애니 투핸드 오픈 수준이 될 거고 그리고 쇼스택이 남아 있는 걸 원하기 때문에 또 이제 홀을 무리해서 하지 않을 것으로 예상이 되기 때문에 어제 우승 축하드립니다. 감사합니다. 어제 김셉셉님 너무나 감사합니다. 어제는 제가 2등을 했고 그저께 우승을 했는데 제가 이거를 말씀드리는 이유는 1등과 2등을 했다는 거를 또 한 번 강조하고 싶어서 자랑하고 싶어서 자랑을 잠깐 했습니다. 근데 너무나 감사드립니다. 제가 런이 엄청 좋았어요. 그리고 엘키랑 헤드업하는 것도 너무나 재밌었습니다. 저는.
You know what the fifth place pays? By essentially jamming with 10-5 suited there, by essentially defending. I'm not saying the jam was so bad.
Cannot defend 10-5 suited.
Yeah. No. I'm just explaining to the viewers. By defending 10-5 suited there on the big blind, he essentially gave away at least 100 million in real dollar value. 100 million dong. That's about
4K, 5K.
5K. So he said minimum he gave up was $5,000 on free money.
Yeah, I mean, the turn jam is okay, but
The
the defense,
pre-flop was
yeah,
really, really bad.
yeah, it was the defense that was wrong. But look at this, Queen Jack for my Bien and King Jack for Bopsu, and they're gonna battle each other again. And Bopsu's gonna have him pipped again. And he's not scared. He's not scared to go for a value bet there, and he's gonna get paid off. He's gonna get paid off with second pair.
With a questionable call from MyBN. The first questionable call that MyBN did the whole night.
My Bien's been playing absolutely great
And main
the
event,
entire
break time
tournament.
10
I'll cut him some slack. Okay, uh he made a mistake. Okay, but he's playing phenomenal since the beginning.
And I
So
think we're on a break.
yeah,
So I think we'll be back in about 5 minutes. And to recap the situation, my Bien has 5.2 mil or 5.3 mil, and the second in chips has 1.5. So we're going to be back and we're going to see chips flying as soon as the break is over. We'll see you in 10 minutes. All right, so we are picking the action back up again, and Sujo's gonna jam with pocket fives against the chip leader, who's gonna call with ace jack. And we saw somebody folded pocket sixes, so Sujo's in a terrific shape. The best shape he could hope for with pocket fives. Let's see what happens.
Flop comes a 7 high, but there's a 5 on the flop. Turn.
Oh, he
9,
flopped
1.
a five, but he turns. Maibian turns to nut flush draw. So this is it's never easy, guys. It's never easy in tournament poker. And he dodges a diamond to get a full double up,
7,
and
5
Sujo's gonna get there
suited.
with
Should be
almost
all in.
a million in chips. This is the highest he's had, highest the most chips he's ever had at this final table, and he gets a full double up to about 990K, which is roughly 20 bigs.
Oh, he got down to 10 bigs.
Yeah, and now he's got 20 bigs, and he has 20 bigs against. I think he's third in chips right now. Yeah, he's third in chips, and there's one super short stack. So yeah,
Almost even in chips, the three of them, and
so
one super short stack.
18, 19, and 20. 18, 19, 22, and one guy with 4.4 mil. 18, 19,
Yeah,
20.
but I mean, there's still a lot of poker to be played. I mean, one double for either one of the guys, it's like back in it.
Yeah.
They'll have like 2 mil, and the other guy would only have like 3 mil.
And Bubsu wakes up with Pocket Kings. What a dream spot to wake up with Pocket Kings here. 머슬 오이님, 지금 혹시 소리가 잘 나오시면은 얘기 한번 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 자,
We ha
파켓 킹스로 레이즈를 하고 모두 다 폴드를 해서 액션을 못 받는 모습이 보여지죠.
we haven't seen a lot of action from these premium holdings in this final table.
Yeah, that is true.
Unlike the super high roller, when
Yeah,
every time,
ace queen aces,
yeah,
ace queen kings.
I haven't seen a cooler yet. I think.
Yeah, no cooler. Suckouts, but no cooler. So 3BB, 17BB, 18BB 그리고 22BB 정도가 있는 상황에서 지금 3 스택이 거의 비슷하죠? 비슷해서 한 번 칩리더 상대로 더블업을 하면은 거의 비등비등한 스택이 되기 때문에, 그리고 또 한 명의 슈퍼 숏 스택이 있기 때문에 좀 타이트하고 어그레시브한 플레이가 지금 예상되고 있고요. 숏 스택 4, 5 하트로 지금 올인하는 모습이 보이죠. 다음 빅블라인드에서 바로 이제 NT하고 빅블라인드를 내야 되는 상황에서 사실 지금 3BB 있는 상황에서 애니2 카드로 올인을 해야 되는 게 맞습니다. 이게 그냥 NT 없는 노 NT 게임이면 몰라도 빅블라인드 NT 게임에서는 언더더건에서 4BB 이하면은 뭐 애니2 핸드로 올인을 하는 게 거의 맞는 상황이고요. 근데 신유신 선수가 팝 잭스로 at least call을 할 상황인 것 같고, 올인을 하고 김수조 선수가 킹퀸을 이제 바로 홀드하는 모습이 보여집니다. 자, 이제 4웨이가 될 가능성이 매우 높은 상황이고요. 이제 저 선수 벤트랑 선수가 만약에 더블업에 성공을 못하고 탈락하게 된다면은 3명의 플레이어가 칩이 거의 비슷해지기 때문에 이제 그때부터 또 ICM이 조금 덜 임플리케이션이 생기기 시작합니다. 일단 5를 히트한 상태로 5나 4 5 outs and he is out of here. So good game to Van Trump. He managed to lather up like 2-3 spots with a very short stack. So
He even
Yeah.
earned himself at least 150 million extra.
yeah,
That's like roughly 7K.
yeah. So he managed to lather up a lot. With he's been holding on to a short stack forever, from what I remember. So a good game for him. Good job well done. And now we're at final 4 players with 3 players roughly around the same stack and 1 player with the runaway chip lead, and that is Mai Bien with 4.8 4.2 mil.
Around there.
So now we're gonna see some action because there's no super short stack, and you can't just wait for a ladder up anymore.
So Sujo is now opening up a little bit with ace nine off on the button, but I don't think it's gonna get through.
이제는 슈퍼 숏스택이 없기 때문에 레더업을 그 머니 점프를 그냥 계속 기다릴 수가 없는 상황이죠. 네, 머니 점프를 계속 기다릴 수가 없는 상황이기 때문에 다른 세 명의 선수도 조금씩 이제 플레이를 오픈업 할 것으로 예상이 됩니다. 그리고 김법수 선수가 저번에 서문호 선수 상대로 파켓 7에서 똑같은 상황에서 이제 3벳을 했었죠. 3벳을 했었고 그때는 서문호 선수가 파켓 에이스로 4벳까지 했는데 콜을 하고 들어와서 이제 플랍에서도 한번 또 콜을 주는 모습을 볼 수 있었는데 비슷한 상황입니다. 하지만 이번에 김수현 선수가 어떻게 할지 바로 폴드를 하는군요. 네, 바로 폴드를 합니다. 자, 15BB, 그리고 24BB, 그리고 거의 30BB. 자, 28, 25, 15BB. 이렇게 스택이 나머지 세 선수가 나누고 있습니다. 이제 김수조 선수는 더더욱 이제 지금 제일 숏스택이라 가지고 아마 이제 좀 더 어그레시브하게 3벳 잼이나 오픈 잼을 시도할 것으로 보여지고 있고요. 와, 마이비엔 선수 진짜 정말 잘 플레이하고 있지만 핸드도 정말 잘 들어오네요. Pocket Jacks, Pocket Queens, King Queen.
He's picking up a lot of hands.
Yeah, he is. He is. 지금 정확하게 확인은 안 되고 있지만 김수저 선수가 중간중간에 이제 테이블 바깥으로 가서 핸들을 확인하는 게 아마도 이제 라이브 스트림 15분 딜레이 방송이기 때문에 라이브 스트림을 확인하면서 다른 선수들의 정보를 조금씩 더 얻으려고 하는 모습인 것 같습니다. 네, 다시 이제 김수주 선수가 빅블라인드에서 14BB 남아있고요. 마이비엔 선수가 버튼을 폴드하면서 Blind vs Blind Action이 나왔습니다. 자, 이유신 선수 퀸 7 suited.
And Sujo jam.
10만으로 이제 레이즈를 하고 김수조 선수가 무슨 핸드인지 모르겠지만 이제 나머지 14BB를 잼한 모습을 볼 수 있고요. 여기에서는 뭐 김수조 선수 NEAX 잼을 할 것으로 보여지고요. 그리고 이유신 선수가 이제 김수 선수가 14BB 정도 남은 상황에서 퀸 7으로 오픈 폴드 하는 거는 이제 한두 번 보여주면은 김수 선수가 이제 서빙 레인지를 좀 더 오픈하면서 그걸 익스플로이트 하는 모습이 보여질 수도 있다고 생각이 되는데 다음 블라인드 vs 블라인드 액션이 어떻게 될지 참 궁금해집니다. 자, 17BB, 19BB, 그리고 18BB. 28BB죠. 28BB. 이렇게 세 스택이 나눠져 있는 상황이고, 마이비엔 선수는 아직도 칩이 매우 많습니다. 예. 그냥 압도적으로, 메인 이벤트 파이널 테이블에서 이렇게 압도적인 팀 리드는 정말 모든 포커 선수들의 꿈이죠.
So we're seeing everybody loosen up a bit, especially when the three big blinds out of the picture already. The three guys that's in the middling stacks a while ago are trying for the win now.
Yeah, they're playing for the win. I mean, they're almost neck to neck in chips, which means the ICM doesn't play into consideration as much, and they're gonna be three bet shoving, and they're gonna be open shoving, opening up a little bit. You know, we're gonna see a lot more three bets now. We're gonna see a lot more three bets.
And I think Sujo would force a little bit more, force spots a little bit more than he was doing a while ago.
지금 김수주 선수가 계속 밖으로 나가서 핸드폰을 확인하는 게 제가 봤을 때는 핸드 히스토리를 업데이트 받으러 계속 가는 걸로 확인이 됩니다. 역시 모든 포커 선수는 이제 파이널 테이블에서 최대한 많이 정보를 가지고 있는 게 무기이기 때문에 조금이라도 더 정보를 얻으려고 하는 모습입니다. 자, 버튼 대 빅블라인드고요. 김법수 선수가 탑 페어를 맞은 상황이고, 그리고 이제 이유신 선수가 세컨 페어가 맞아 있는 상황입니다. 지금 저희가 말씀드렸듯이 중계 부스가 딱 이렇게 준비되어 있는 자리가 아니라 지금 식하고 대회장 사이에 있는 중간 통로예요. 중간 통로라 가지고 지금 저희 앞에는 의자가 한 몇백 개 쌓여 있고 저희 뒤에는 뭐 소화전하고 뭐 이런 것들이 나와 있고 식당에서 직원분들이 계속 트레이를 끌고 왔다 갔다 하는 상황이 자주 일어나기 때문에 가끔 잡음이 섞여 있는 부분 양해 부탁드립니다.
Ăn cơm thì ngày có chanh ngàn. Mấy mấy tỷ chơi không tới. Ăn cơm này có 300.000. Sáng chiều.
자, 이제 김수 선수 버튼까지 홀드를 했고 스몰 블라인드 대 빅 블라인드 김법수 선수 대 팀리더 마이비엔 선수. 자, 김법수 선수 킹 듀스 림프를 하고요. 마이비엔 선수도 듀스 5로 체크를 합니다. 자, 마이비엔 선수가 참 잘하는 게 지금 상황에서는 프레셔가 이전만큼 먹히지 않을 거라는 거를 정확하게 알고 듀스 5 쇼다운 밸류가 없는 상황에서 지금 겉샷이 생겼죠. 일단 한 번은 콜할 걸로 보여지고요. 최소한 콜할 걸로 보여지고요. 저거는 레이즈처럼 보이네요. 자, 5만 벳에 15만으로 3x 레이즈가 나왔습니다. 마이비엔 선수 참 잘하네요. 마이비엔 선수 참 잘합니다. 오늘 처음 보는 선수인데 지금까지는 큰 미스테이크 전혀 못 봤고요. 정말 적절한 타이밍에 프레셔를 주고 적절한 타이밍에 맥시멈 밸류를 뽑는 모습 보여주고 있습니다. 자, 일단 리버의 하트가 떨어지긴 했는데 여기에서 마이비엔 선수가 어떻게 나올지 네, 이제 체크백을 하고요. 리버 에이스. 이제 김법수 선수는 이제 세컨 페어가 나와 있는 상황이고요. 이 보드에서 세컨 페어가 그렇게 편안한 상황은 아닌데 거기다 키커가 2기 때문에 살짝 블로커 벳을 합니다. 8만. 자, 45만 팟에 8만 블로커 벳을 하고요. 통과됩니다. 네, 김시주 선수 언더더 건이지만 화면상으로는 언더더 건이지만 지금 4웨이이기 때문에 컷오프나 마찬가지죠. 컷오프 레인지라고 생각하시면 되고요. 김법수 선수 에이스7 옵스 버튼에서 오픈을 합니다. 올인을 하는군요. 네, 올인을 선택합니다. 1.8, 1.8 million.
I don't like the
그러니까
all in.
38BB인데, 36BB인데, 네, 되게 공격적인 모습이죠.
That should be Moibian doing, not him.
Yeah. But that was 38 bigs, man.
What?
That was 38 bigs.
I don't like the all in.
That was
But
38 bigs.
yeah, and what he was essentially for slap. I mean, second stack after Sujo folded.
자, 이번에는 팀리더 마이비엔 선수 버튼에서 폴드를 하고 지금 핸드가 업데이트가 안 되고 있는데 또 스몰 블라인드 vs 빅 블라인드 상황이 연출이 됐고요. 이번에 워크가 김수호 선수 워크 이번 대회 파이널 테이블에 많이 봤네요.
It is 1 hour level, just like
Is it 1 hour?
15 minutes.
We've been at it for 4 hours.
I like to see Moibian turn up the aggression even more.
Yeah. 자, 마이비엔 선수 6-9 offsuit. He's gonna fold. Yushin Lee is gonna probably fold his big blind, yes. And another blind versus blind action. Sujo with essentially 17 bigs from what I remember.
And limp.
And he limps. Jack 8 off. Okay, understandable. And Popsa decides to check back.
Okay, let's see some big hands here.
It's a good check back from Bopsu. King Deuce 2 suited. So Jack 8 versus King Deuce. King Deuce with the King High and the backdoor flush draw. And Sujo with Jack High and the backdoor straight draw. And the backdoor flush draw gets there. And ace pairing the board probably gives Bopsu a little bit more confidence that his hand might be best. And Suzu's gonna lead out for 55, I believe, 1/3 pot. And Bubs not going anywhere with the King Deuce of Diamonds with the nut flush draw. And we see a call. Four of spades is a blank for both players. And I believe if Sujo bets, he's going to get, wow, so that's 125k, I believe. So that's roughly 40% pot.
So he's considering calling him with King High. I mean, we know he's capable.
And Sujo would make this bet with an ace, with a 9.
And sometimes with a 5 even.
Yeah, sometimes even with a 5. And it looks like he's going to get called. Wow. It's a nice call. And Sujo's going to give up a
sizable chunk of his stack.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big pot, but compared to the stack, it is sizable.
Yeah. So now Sujo is down to 12 big blind.
자, 12BB, 13BB, 그리고 wow, he has 44 bigs, is that right?
Who?
Popsu.
Yes, because the blinds are now only 25-50 and he has over 2 million.
So that's 44 bigs, that's a lot.
There's a lot of heads up. If it went down to heads up now, there's gonna be a lot of heads up play.
Yeah. 자, 이제 투 숏 스택과 원 미들링 스택 44BB의 김법수 선수와 이제 100BB의 마이비엔 선수가 남아있는 상태고요. 이유신 선수 킹 6 오프로 잼을 선택합니다. 13BB 킹 6 오프로 컷오프에서 이제 언더더건이지만 포웨이이기 때문에 이제 컷오프나 마찬가지죠. And better hand king 9을 폴드 시키면서 스틸에 성공을 합니다. 이제 김수저 선수는 12BB 그리고 이유신 선수가 15BB에서 16BB 정도 있고 44BB 그리고 100BB 이렇게 칩이 스탠딩이 있습니다. Alright, so we are picking up the action again. We're four-handed at the main event final table. We have Maibien as a chip lead with 4 million in chips. That's 100 big blinds. Kim Bupsu with 2.2, 44 bigs. And we have two short stacks. with 12 and 16 big blinds each. And Maibian applying maximum pressure with 10-8 off. See, I've been very impressed with Maibian this entire final table. He's been playing superb.
Now we can apply a little bit more pressure to the second in chips
Yeah.
because two of them are like sub 15 BB.
자, 칩 드노미네이션을 알려드리자면 저 파란색 색깔의 칩은 25,000칩이고요. 그리고 빨간색 색깔의 칩은 5,000칩입니다. 5,000칩. 그리고 김법수 선수 퀸 10으로 오픈을 할 것으로 보여지는데 오픈을 안 하네요. Because that is a very good fold since the chip leader on the button has pocket aces. This is almost unfair.
It's like he saw his pocket aces.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's a surprising fold.
Exactly.
From 6-7 to folding pocket queen 10, you know?
Yes.
자, 김수 선수 파켓 에이스 상대로 10 에이스를 이제 디펜드 할지 말지 고민하고 있는 모습이고요. 여기서 잼은 절대 안 할 거고요. 일단 디펜드를 하도록 선택을 합니다. 자, 10 하이 플랍이나 8 하이 플랍이 나오면은 매우 아플 것으로 예상이 됩니다. 자, 너무나 다행히도 김수 선수에게는 에이스 듀스 5 레인보우 액션이 전혀 없겠죠. 마이비안 선수는 뭐 그냥 탑셋에서 뭐 풀하우스 이제 김수 선수가 5를 들고 있기를 바라고 있겠죠. 네, 8하고 10이 히트 안 된 게 얼마나 다행인지 김수 선수는 아마 모르실 겁니다. 여기에서 이제 1BB 블러프를 할까 말까 고민하다가 이제 아예 블러프를 안 하죠. 네, 칩 하나하나가 소중하죠. 지금은 15.
I think I want a smaller bet there to maybe induce a call and
Like,
some
yeah.
king highs.
Like 50.
Yeah, 51 big.
자, 이제 김수 선수는 9BB 정도가 남았고요. 김수 선수는 9BB 정도가 남았고, 그리고 마이비안 선수는 아직도 칩 리더 유지를 하면서 100BB 이상의 칩을 보유하고 있습니다. 자, 이우진 선수는 지금 60, 70, 75 정도, 75 정도니까 이제 14BB 정도, 15BB 정도 스택이 있는 걸로 보여지고요. 올인을 합니다. 자, 이우진 선수 올인잭을 매우 리버럴하게 하고 계신 모습인데 아직까지는 다른 선수들이 그걸 캐치하지 못하신 것 같아서 되게 매우 효율적으로 블라인드 스틸을 하고 계십니다. 자, 원래 이번 레벨 시작에만 해도 세 선수가 비등비등한 칩이었고 이제 런어웨이 칩 리더가 한 명 있었는데 지금은 short stack, middle stack, big stack이 다 나뉘어져 있는 상황이 됐어요.
And Maibian gets a walk. Surprisingly, Papsu did not even attempt to limp. Now, Shinli and Sujo are like trying to outladder each other. So it's gonna be a slow final for four players.
When Sujo opened ace nine, that's why. When Sujo shoved the big blind, the guy had queen four diamonds, right?
Fold. All in. Fold. Fold.
자, 이제 김수주 선수는 8BB가 남은 상태고요. 이유신 선수는 11BB가 남은 상태입니다. 그런데 한 번 더블업 하면은 두 선수 모두 쌓을 수 있는 스택이 되기 때문에 아직까지는 모릅니다. 하지만 마이비엔 선수가 칩도 칩이지만 플레이를 지금 너무나 잘하고 있어가지고 마이비엔 선수가 지금 헤비 페이브릿이라고 보여지긴 하지만 매우 높은 수준의 파이널 테이블을 보고 있다고 생각이 됩니다. Alright, so my Ben still with the overwhelming chip lead, opens things up from under the gun, which is essentially the cutoff. And the hand he has is ace king. This is almost unfair. This is unreal. He's been playing great, running great, and he's been picking up monster hands this entire final table. He's seen more premium hands than the entire table combined.
Yeah, correct. Because I've seen him like a couple of aces here and there, queens every so often, and a lot of ace kings.
Yeah, I mean it's also worthy of taking note that every time he's had monster hand, he's had some sort of action. But every time somebody else had a monster hand, sometimes just a raise and steal the blinds kind of situation.
But now his monster hands
Got outflopped,
by Jack Nine.
but I don't think he's gonna lose any chips.
Yeah,
Okay, he made one call. But I don't really like this call because I really don't see Popsu leading out there on the turn without any sort of pair.
at least a pair.
Yeah, and this board is very favorable to Popsu's range, more so. Well, I mean, Mybium might have like two overs and a gut shot or two overs and some sort of, ace high kind of hands, but
Mm,
Popsu's gonna go for value here, and he
He
gets
gets called.
looked up by, wow, he gets, like, in my personal opinion, Mybian has made two small mistakes, and they are both against Popsu. And I think it's because Popsu has a very, very aggressive image, and he's been showing a lot of heart, and Mybian just
And
not.
Babsu is closing in the gap.
Yeah,
The chip lead is not as much as it was.
yeah, and Mybian called pretty quickly this time, and I really would have liked to see him at least think it through a little bit more. At least think it through a little bit before making that call.
Maybe he already put it in his mind if the river is blank, like he would call up Babsu.
Yeah, but still, he has the chip lead, and to lose or come in second would really hurt.
I mean, it doesn't hurt as much because you could
Sujo,
relatively
Sujo, Sujo with aces here,
so
and Yushin already shoved. And my Bien has ace queen in the big line. This could be a three-way all-in. What a dream spot. What a dream spot for Sujo. He's been waiting and waiting and waiting. Now he can double a triple up to 1.6 million. That's
Our
30 big
final table
blinds.
there is
What a dream spot.
three-way all-in.
actually this is the first cooler we've seen in the final table.
Yeah, this is an
First
absolute
hand
cooler.
is queen.
11 bigs, 13 bigs, 11,
For the
11
next
bigs,
to the
8
flop.
bigs, and the chip leader waking up with ace queen.
I think this is the one they're shouting a while ago.
Okay, queen high flop. Oh, it's never easy.
King
Suzu
jack
has to dodge
deuce.
6 outs.
Ace ten
6
flush
outs
shot for the
twice.
king.
Sujo has to dodge 6 outs twice, and there is a bit of a side pot, so Yushin has to dodge, find a king.
One comes a three of hearts.
Yes.
Still standing.
To bust out
So
two.
a king gives Yushin the win, a queen gives Mai Bian the win, and anything else,
Give Sujo the win.
and Sujo
King
triples
still
up.
is filled.
Now, now it's anyone's game.
I think we're down to 3 players.
Yeah, we lose Yushin in fourth place because Mai Bian had him covered, and Mai Bian wins a small side pot, but now we're down to 3 players with Sujo Kim with 30-ish bigs, Popsu with about 44 bigs, and Mai Bian with 110 bigs.
You have any action on Sujo?
Not this time. You know, Sujo and I always swap.
Are now down to
Unlucky
But-
for you, you didn't play this main, or else you would have a swap over
I
him.
would have swapped with him.
At least like 5-10%.
Usually 5%, yeah. So whenever Sujo and I enter a tournament and we're both uh, in it on day 2, we usually swap about 5 to 10% to reduce variance. But I wasn't able to play this main event because I was already scheduled for a commentary, which is why I don't have a piece of him.
And
And
knowing Sujo, right now he wouldn't sell a piece. He
uh,
would have swapped, but he would never sell.
yeah, he wouldn't sell. He wouldn't sell. It's okay. I got first, second, and a third this trip, so I'm okay. I'm happy.
For me, I got one bust out.
We only played one. I played like 4. No, I played 5. I played 5 tournaments.
Played the kickoff too.
Yeah, no, I didn't play the kickoff, but I played the first single day high. I played 3 single day high rollers, 1 no
And-
limit turbo, and 1 deep stack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I played 5.
And basically, you could play and I couldn't. Because after this,
Yeah,
I'm,
you
I'm
go to the
cashing,
cascade.
yeah.
Yeah.
So sucks for me.
Wait, the blinds? No, the graphics cannot be right.
Why?
Because it says that Sujo has
1 million?
Yeah, is that
Yes,
right?
because Sujo only has like 300,000 left
Okay.
before he tripled out.
Okay, so Sujo doesn't have 30 bigs.
He has 20
18 bigs. He has 18 bigs.
And Sujo doesn't have a lot of ICM pressure to him anymore.
Yeah,
Because he's the shortest stack.
he can shove lighter, he can
I would-
reapply pressure.
Yeah. I would, if I was Sujo, I would reshove super light versus Maibian right now because Maibian is trying to abuse you because of Babsu.
Yeah. He makes a 3-bet to 285. I like this. I like this better than a shove. I like this better than a shove.
Because Maibian shouldn't be peeling as much.
Yeah, there's no peel for Maibian. It's either a shove or fold. And I love this 3-bet more than a shove.
And I love the discipline by Maibian too.
Yeah. It was almost like double the raise, but he doesn't peel. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I'm rooting for Sujo. But I just Maibian is playing incredibly well.
He is.
The mistake he's making is very, very negligible.
It's very, 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 very interesting final table. It's very high level. And Popsu made a few mistakes, but the last couple orbits, last couple levels, he's been playing decent.
Babsu made a lot of mistakes, but the credit to Babsu, even though he made a lot of mistakes, the variance is on his favor.
Yeah, and the last few levels he's been playing great because
Yes.
the Queen 10 fold and everything,
Yeah.
he's been playing great.
Now he's opening up Queen 4 in a small blind. I like to play. And 5-3 defend. I don't like the defend as much.
The second pair and a gut shot, and bottom pair and a gut shot, and
Would you
second pair. and a top.
would you defend 5-3 here versus an open?
No, 5-3 suited. I would.
Yes.
5-3
I like
suited.
the open by Babsu, but I don't like the defend of Maibian.
How much did Popsu open for?
100.
3x?
Yeah, no, just double.
Just double? Then you could you could defend for a min raise. 3x I would definitely fold, but a min raise, I think you can go both ways. Yeah.
And I like the check from Bobsu.
Mm.
Oh,
Check
and a
raise,
check
yeah.
raise. Yeah, I like it because my bin shouldn't have a lot of ace X in this hand. He could have some.
He could have. They're pretty deep.
I'm
Yeah.
not saying that he couldn't have anything, but
I just don't like the min raise.
yeah,
Min raise open because he has 40 they're playing 40 bigs effective, you know.
3x should be
Yes.
standard play blind on blind, or at least 2.5x.
Now my BN is double gutted and he's not gonna go anywhere. And Bubs is essentially turning his 4 into a bluff here.
I I don't think he's in his mind. I don't think he's turning it into a bluff
I think he's turning it into a bluff.
because my Ben could have some aces, but not a lot.
No, but I don't know. Ace 4-3, he's I don't think a worse hand is calling. I really don't. Unless the exact kind of hand that my BN has.
Yes,
Because that is
I
a
mean
sizable
King 5 could relatively still call.
King 5. Hmm.
I mean a lot of 5x could still relatively call.
On the turn, yeah, on
Yeah.
the turn.
So I don't.
But 5-6 got there, and I don't know.
And now Bapsu is now he knows he's value betting.
Yeah, now he knows he's value betting.
It's
now,
a clear cut that he
Yeah.
knows he's value
yeah,
betting.
now it's not a bluff anymore.
He
But
might,
imagine this: if he bets like half pot or quarter pot or like full pot, and then he gets shoved on, he's hating life.
but I don't think Bapsu is at that level yet.
Oh yeah. But if he gets shoved on over here, he's just hating life.
But he wouldn't be hating life because he essentially commit like
Yeah.
65% of his stack.
But that's a big pot. So my Bien and Bopsu are essentially
Even.
in chips. Yeah.
So props to Bapsu that he slowly inched down the chip lead of my BM. And Sujo's loving this.
Yeah. Sujo is not hating this situation.
Like if I was in Sujo's shoes, I was just like, two of you go all in, all in. I'm quite happy with second place and try to win first place. Now it's like 60, 70 bigs, 60 bigs, 20 bigs. It's a very, very deep final table. Do you think there's any way they could speed up the blind levels for this one?
No.
No, because for heads up play, sometimes PokerStars does do it.
Yeah, but not here. Because Sujo, I don't think he's gonna have it.
No. After Sujo bust, like when heads up play comes into
Yeah,
play.
yeah.
No, I mean not three-way, of course. Like when heads up play comes into effect.
Then they can. Yeah.
Because it's like 60 bigs each.
Yeah.
We might be here for the like next 3 hours.
Yeah. I personally, when I'm heads up, if the effective stack is more than 40, then I like to speed it up a little bit.
The longest heads up match that I've been in was 3 hours.
No, that's just too long. That's way too tiring.
After that event, I was just exhausted.
Yeah, I can imagine. Did Sujo fold ace 8 on the big blind to an open?
No, he defended. There was a flat.
Oh, there was a plot. Okay. He didn't shove? How much does he have? He got 60, 80, 90, 90. He has had like 20 bigs, right?
Yeah, maybe
Less than 20 bigs.
maybe he's thinking he can still inch his way through Bapsu.
Hmm. Blind versus blind, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe Mybian just limped. Yeah, I think Mybian just limped, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
Mm.
And Sujo checked back like some part of his
Yeah.
top range.
Yeah. I mean, Mybian just lost a sizable pot to Bopsu, so Sujo has a lot more fold equity now.
And Sujo limps ace-2 suited on the small blind.
Yeah, and Popsu's gonna shove, and Sujo's gonna be forced to fold.
Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna call off with ace deuce. He might shove, but he's not limp calling a
I'm
shove.
I'm a little bit interested if Bobs
Okay.
just raise. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, then now it becomes more of a predicament. But I don't know, with the ace nine the previous hand and ace deuce this hand. Oh, and he's gonna shove.
And he's gonna call.
And wow.
We might lose another
Yeah,
player.
we might lose another player. So limp shove with ace deuce. I don't know. I think I like it's the same result, but if you're gonna limp
There's
shove, I
calling
think
calls again.
Much better just open shove.
yeah, it's much better to
Ace
just open
2
shove.
flop versus pocket
It's the same result essentially, but
Let's see the flop.
I
Oh yeah.
I would have preferred it.
My raise 130k, so Sujo defends the big blind with ace eight.
Flop comes to 7 is
And 7 high on the flop
And
is
Sujo
essentially
is like GG.
yeah 4 or 5, and he's drawing dead. So we lose to Kim in third place, and it's heads up to with Mai Bian and Popsu, essentially neck to neck in chips. I think Popsu has improved by a little bit. I actually think the chip lead changed after this.
Maybe. I think Bobsu is now at 4 million.
Mm.
Yeah, I think we'll be. Let me check if we'll be having a break.
Ông hiểu nhầm, ông có chất phi á.
All right, so we lose Sujo Kim in third place, and I think the players are chipping up before the heads up match and taking a short break. 지금 김수조 선수가 3등으로 마무리를 하면서 두 선수 헤드업 전에 칩을 좀 칩업하고 그리고 칩 카운트도 다시 한번 확인하고 그리고 살짝 5분 10분 브레이크를 가질 것으로 예상이 됩니다. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with the heads up match between Popsu and Mai We'll be back in about 10. All right, so now I heard back from the floor that Popsu and Mai Bien did not play heads up. They decided and agreed on an equal chop, half and half of the first and second place prize together. And Popsu is gonna take home the trophy, and we're done. 지금 플로어랑 확인한 결과 마이비엔 선수와 김법수 선수가 헤드업을 안 하고 바로 이코 찹, ICM 찹이 아닌 이코 찹 반반 찹에 동의를 했고 김법수 선수가 트로피를 가져가는 걸로 합의가 됐다고 확인이 됩니다. 다들 시청해 주셔서 너무나 감사드리고 저희는 8 Max High Roller Final Table 이거 정말 재밌을 거예요. 8 Max High Roller Final Table 때 다시 뵙도록 하겠습니다. I'll see you guys back tomorrow at the 8 Max High Roller Final Table. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.